Two heels. Mzima kwanza.
Central. Nairobi, we have South Rift, Central Rift, Central, Nairobi, South Rift, Western, North Rift, the rest is South.
Hello world, welcome. This is the National Cross Country Championship 2023 and we are live from the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru in the outskirts of Nairobi. My name is Greg Mulemi. Welcome aboard and enjoy all the action. Remember, we'll be here until the last minute bringing all the action from the 6 kilometers under 20 women that just happened, the 8 kilometer under 20 men that is just about to happen, and of course the senior men and the relays will also be happening. I'm in the company of Willie Wex and of course Charity Wanja will be joining us. But Willie Wex, we've seen the first piece of action, the under 20 kilometer women race, and you have the results.
Oh, great. First and foremost, thank you for having me joining the team again. It's been a while since last we were here together. And the first one we have it, the first 6 kilometer race had Mercy Sang looking into who we have to cover. Also we have Saitoti Franklin. Do you have other notable names in this one?
Of course, we have Kipkoech Matthew, the 1500 meter specialist. We also have Maina Simeon, another steeplechase specialist from Mumias, of course born in 2005. These are some of the athletes we'll be watching at. And on the start list, I expect plenty of surprises also, because this being the first event of the year, we expect many names to come and maybe try prove a point here, because you know these are the future stars. Remember, we have the Olympics coming up, the World Athletics Championship, the World Juniors also coming up later on. But this is the ultimate place where they test their fitness and do all the things that are needed to make sure that the athletes are in shape. But welcome again. This is the National Cross Country Championships 2023, and just about to begin is the under 20 8 kilometers race for the men. And of course this is the second time the Kenya Prisons Training College in Ruiru will be hosting a major cross-country event. After that happened in December, where we had the national trials for the World Athletics cross-country championships rather, that will be happening in Bathurst, Australia next month.
Also just to note that at this course we have 4 barriers, 2 hills. There is hay at one point, and also there's a mud puddle though. So this is not one of those walk in the park courses where you just come and try and smash a record. Here you're coming for to trying to get the national championship or win. Also to notice that this is the first championship in which the stars will be paid in dollars.
Definitely, but right now they have names to write. And the National Cross Country Championships normally are used by these athletes because most of them say that this is like a pre-season. This is a place where they test their fitness ahead of a grueling season in the Athletics Kenya calendar. And for these athletes, the young boys, to come and try outdo each other here, it's something that makes them at least not only stand out, but also try to make a name for themselves, because we've seen so many of these youngsters who come from these such races going all over to conquer the world. And this is just the beginning. You've talked about an athlete coming all the way from Japan to the country to do what? To come and compete in the national championships and maybe make a name for themselves. Remember, in other championships, we normally see the athletes, a national team being named afterwards. But this one is all about the bragging rights. Who will be the national champion? Who will post the fastest times? And it's what we are about to witness as we are wait for the 8 kilometer under 20 men race that just begins right now. And we see the boys coming on your screens fast, and of course trying to make sure that they're in the best position, because we, as Willie Wex said, we have 4 barriers, 2 hills, a pool of water, and of course hay that they have to make sure that they go over to ensure that it happens in record time. And those are the boys taking the first it's called a deep valley, because we'll be having 4 loops in this one, and you can see it's already taking shape. Those who are in front, of course, will have an upper hand on the first hill, because the terrain is not easy at all.
This is Greg. This is one of those terrains where, if you're not well prepared, if you're not psychologically well prepped, you may be shocked by what comes out from the first loop. Because within the first loop, going into the second loop, you already know who have pulled away and how well they can push into the last part of the. Because this one will go into 4 loops. So let's see who has an upper hand going into this one.
Of course, we'll be looking at who has an upper hand in this one as they take. They've finished going through the first hill, and now onto that plane. They'll be taking the second hill, then into a pool of water that not many really like it, because it really tests your endurance before finishing with the hay. And you look at the course, well maintained from the last time we had action here, and that shows you that the prison staff training college in Ruiru is almost the perfect place to have this national event.
This is a very well set course. I'm odd because last time we had this fixture, I wasn't able to make it. I was out of the country for other commitments. But looking at this one, it gives perspective. It gives light into what the young people have in store. It's a good course. The four hills in this loop, you have the terrain, which you have to be smart in how well you maneuver around it. You have the barriers, you have the mud paddle. So this is something quite interesting on how well we can be able to execute and pursue it. So going forward, we're looking at how well these young people can be able to push and pursue going into the first loop. This is covering 2 km. I'm looking at, I would have wished to have seen the splits, Greg, to be able to know how fast someone is being able to get into the first loop, in what split. Then you see whether they're able to maintain the same pace going into the second loop, third one, and the fourth loop. As you're reminded from my colleague Greg, this is a course that has the loop is 2 kilometers. So how well can you be able to cover and execute this entire field?
Yeah, exactly. And as we look at the athletes taking the second loop, remember they are going around the course 4 times, and it's something that will be very interesting to see who among this pool of athletes is going to endure all the way. Remember, you're talking about the likes of Johnson Mugeni, best in Japan with a personal best of 13 minutes, 34.81 seconds, representing Central in this one. Remember, he's a 3,000 meters steeplechase runner. We have Musyoka Timothy Nzioka, of course, who posted a personal best of 30 minutes, 12 seconds in the national under-20 trials at the Nyayo National Stadium. That was in March last year. Talking about the likes of Saitoti Franklin from Nairobi, also posted a personal best of 3 minutes 52.74 seconds in the 1500 meters in Nairobi last year, but also has another personal best in the 800 meters of 1 minute 47.81 seconds. That is Saitoti Franklin. He's quite a fast athlete, going by the times posted in the previous events. Kosiei Emmanuel of Nairobi, last year he posted a time of 14 minutes 49.79 seconds in the 5,000 meters. As the athletes go down the terrain on this course at the Prison Training College in Ruiru. And just to remind you, this is the second event of the day, having witnessed the 6 kilometers under 20 women that happened earlier on in the day. And Wex, I can tell you there's a lot of talent here. A university lady winning that one, and it shows you that it's not about the clubs anymore. The universities are also coming up. We witnessed last year during the National Athletics Championships at the Nyayo National Stadium, we witnessed athletes from the universities, representing the universities, having a great time, and in the sprints, but right now we can see there's some divergence. Most of them also trying out in the longer distances, and it's really making a statement, creating a good impression about the universities. It's not about the athletics clubs, the regions, and things like that.
You're saying what we're looking at is scenarios of having not the traditional winners or the traditional setting where you have the institutionals, where you had the prisons, you had the armed forces, the defense forces, prisons, or the regions that are in the AK setup, but we're having universities having their own impact and being able to execute and push. So looking at the win that was executed by Sang was a big plus for the university's side, and knowing that now going into the under 20 men in the 8 kilometers, we're looking at them duplicating the same. And how well can we have it? So Central was leading in the 8 km under 20 men. This is happening at the Prisons Staff Training College. If you're just joining us, this is the Athletics Kenya Lotto National X Cross Country Championships. This is a one-day event. It's being held here at the Prisons Staff Training College. We started off at around 8:30 in the morning, and the first event was the 6 kilometer under 20, which was won by University side Mercy Sang, who was followed by Chepkirui Miriam and Chemutai Miriam. Also not to forget that on fourth place we had Chepchirchir Yvonne from Central. We had Chepkemoi Maureen from North Rift, Chemutai Deborah from Central Rift. Seventh we had Nduta Lucy from Nairobi, and Chemutai Dorothy, North Rift. This is a great fixture. Greg, are we in the third loop of this 8 kilometer under 20?
Yes, and leading the way is Nicholas Kipchumba, followed by Jeremiah Wangui and Karuri in third place, as we head into the final loop of this one. Quite interesting here. We are talking about the likes of Mugeni right now. He's dropped way back, and as you can see in your screens, Nicholas Kipchumba leading all the way with Kamau Jeremiah Wangui in second place, Karuri James, Mugeni, Johnson, Manela, Michael in that order.
In Japanese language,
Chumba Nicholas representing Central.
Greg, just a recap of the first event that happened. We had the 6 kilometer under 20 women, and the results are as follows. Mercy Sang took the first position, followed by Chepkirui Miriam. Don't forget, Mercy Sang is representing the university side. Chepkirui Miriam is from South Rift, followed by Chemutai Miriam, also from South Rift. Chepchirchir Yvonne from Central. Chepkemoi Maureen from North Rift, Jemutai Deborah from Central Rift at 6th, Nduta Lucy 7th from Nairobi, and Chemutai Dorothy from North Rift, finishing the what we call the cross-country podium of 8th place.
Yeah, definitely the first 8 positions. We also had a total of 57 finishes, and several dropping out. As usual, you can find maybe the terrain isn't friendly for some of these athletes. You can find sometimes fatigue creeps in, or even just adaptation to the conditions doesn't come in time, and that's what we've witnessed today in the first race of the day. That is the 6 kilometers under 20 women race.
Thank you very much. That is, of course, leading in another representing the state country of Japan. I think
Leading all the way right now is the man from Japan. Johnson Mugeni, all the way from Japan, leading the pack right now, and it just proves that he didn't come here to play, he came to compete. Can see that's Mugeni on the hill, down the hill. I tell you, there's something about these hills. I asked one athlete, they don't like those hills, and of course the pool of water.
I see for Mugeni Johnson is this proven that he's a class act. He's way ahead of the second place person in the to appreciate that he's come all the way from Japan to come and compete at the National Cross Country Championship, and representing Central. Mugeni Johnson is doing some superb running. You can see last time he went up and over the hill. So looking at the kind of distance he's giving up, this is one person I would love to see him at the World Cross Country Championships. Greg,
being a young man, you know, there's a bright future ahead of him, because training Japan alone means that he's under a regime that might shape him up to become one of the best athletes in the future. You look at the likes of the late Samuel Wanjiru, they were best in Japan.
don't forget Douglas Wakihuri.
Douglas Wakihuri, one of the all-time favorite marathoners in the country. They were all best in Japan, and of course that is where we won our last Olympic gold medal through the one and only Eliud Kipchoge. It shows you that maybe there's something very, very unique about this country.
It's the water in Japan.
It's the water. Not the sushi. Remember,
some great event happening here. Don't forget, if you're just joining us, we're at the Prison Staff Training College, executing the championship, the National Cross Country Championships, and this is the second event. First event of the day is a 6 kilometer under 20, followed by the 8 kilometer men under 20, and then we go into the seniors at the 10 km, and to wrap it up we have the relays. Greg?
Yes, the relays, of course, will be a mixed affair. The men and women are battling out for supremacy in that one. That will be the last event of the day. But remember, there's also the mini launch for the Sirikwa Marathon, which is a gold label, happening on 4th of February in Eldoret. Remember, it was renamed after the first edition was called the Agnes Tirop Memorial. Yeah. Very good memories from Eldoret. That was in March last year. But then this one has been renamed, and it will be happening at the Lobo Village Resort. Quite a nice place. Should visit the place.
You're saying I should visit it for the fixture, for the meet, or to visit it on my social setting, Gregor?
You can do both for the meet, but then you can remain maybe for a day or two for a social relax and maybe do something there. But quite a nice place to host a marathon.
I think I need to give out your context to the guys of Magical Kenya. They should hear how well you're setting up their place. Greg, just to remind you, This is a Ruiru, not so very far from where I went to university, and Juja Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. This used to be our second last stage before getting to our destination. A very fantastic place, Ruiru. This is Kiambu County. What else do you have as a formality that you would wish people to know about this wonderful place?
It's near Tatu City. Yeah, on the eastern bypass of course, and it's quite a unique place because you can feel the weather here. Not hot, not cold. It's quite good for running, and you can see even the athletes that are enjoying this weather and looking at the performances from the 6 kilometers under 20 women race that happened in the morning, in the early hours of the day. The girls didn't really struggle going through the course, and it showed you that at least they are enjoying this place, and that's why it's holding its second major event in a span of 1 month, and definitely shows you that it's a place where athletes will choose to maybe try out. That is Mogeni still leading as we head into the latter stages of this one. Mogeni, best in Japan, very comfortable in the lead. If you're joining us, remember this is Athletics Kenya TV, streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. Mogeni showing us that he came here to compete and not to just take part in this event. If you're joining us, this is the National Cross Country Championships 2023 happening here at the Kenya Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru. Remember last year we are here bringing the National Cross Country Championships trials for the World Cross Country Championships to be held in Australia. Remember, the trials were held here because this event was supposed to be the one to pick the team for the World Championships, but it was decided that the trials happened before the National Championships because of the visa processing. Remember when we had hitches in the visa processing for athletes who went to the World Athletics Championships in Oregon, yeah. So we didn't. Athletics Kenya thought it wise not to have the same happening to athletes going to represent the country in Australia for the World Cross Country Championships, and the trials happened took place in December, and then now we are talking about the National Championships after a series of the weekend meets that have been happening across the counties. We had one in Machakos, that was the very first one. We had one in Iten, all these places, and now the winners have converged here. Yes, the first athletics meet, which was a build-up competition, happened in Machakos. That was on 15th of December, and then it was in October, sorry, and then we had the second one in Kapsokony, that happened on 29th of October. Then we went to Sotik, Olkalau, Iten, and then we had the National trials for the World Cross Country Championships that happened on 17th here at the National Prisons Training College. We had the Defense Cross Country Championships that happened at the Ulinzi Sports Complex in Lang'ata, Nairobi. Then the National Police Service at the Ngong Racecourse. We had the Universities County Championships at the Kabarak University in Nakuru, and then we had the National Youth Service Cross Country Championships at the Ngong Racecourse. We had the KWS who are coming up really well. They had theirs at the Lobo Village in Eldoret. So after that is when we had the National Cross Country Championship that, of course, are happening here today at the Prison Staff Training College here in Ruiru. So after that, we'll be having the mini launch of the Sirikwa Classic Cross Country Tour, which is a gold label event that will be happening at the Lobo Village in Eldoret on 4th of February before the World Cross Country Championships to be held in Bathurst, Australia on between the I think it will be on the 18th of February. That is in less than 1 month time. So plenty of action expected between now and the World Championships. Don't be surprised that some of the big names that you are used to will not be taking part in today's event, because most of them are in camp preparing for the World Cross Country Championships to be held on the 18th of February in Bathurst, Australia. As Mogeni continues taking, that is the last. Simon Maiwa coming in second, of course. Samuel Wanjiru. This is another Samuel Wanjiru. Yes, will be winning that one very comfortably. Samuel Mayo coming in second. That is the man under 20. Samuel Wanjiru winning the under 20 8-kilometer race. Wesley Rono coming in third place, but Wanjiru winning that comfortably. Samuel Wanjiru winning that one.
Just looking at the finish of this fixture and looking at the athletes who've been able to execute with Samuel Wanjiru taking lead in the 8-kilometer under 20. 8-kilometer under 20.
Yeah, as we await for Charity Wanja to speak to, Wanjiru, the winner of the 8 kilometers under 20 men. Charity, if you can hear me, Charity. If you can hear me, Charity, take it away. Remember, Charity will be speaking to Samuel Wanjiru. Over to you, Charity.
National Cross Country Ruiru. Race imekuwa kali kidogo. Ni kutoka last time tukiwa trials hapa.
Last time sikuwa hapa. Nilikuwa Japan. Singeweza kukuja, ingawa nilikuwa nimejitayarisha hiyo race.
Japan, mazoezi ile ulikuwa ukiwa mnafanya ilikuwa ulikuwa una focus sana especially vile sasa huko kuna baridi?
Nilikuwa na focus na cross country. Sikuwa nafikiria nitakimbia hii, lakini niliongea na AK na wakanikubali nikimbie.
Season hii ya 2023 tunakutarajia events gani na gani?
Hii ya under 20 Africa Championship. Juu sitakuwa huku mwezi wa 4. Nitakuwa nimerudi.
Thank you. That is Samuel Wanjiru. Samuel who is Japan based is going to be focusing with the trials for under 20 for Africa Championships as we continue waiting for Simeon Maina, and we also have Shadrach Rono who finished 3rd and Diwa Kibet who finished 4th.
Ndio maana nikaanza jikakamua tu nilikuwa namba 2. Niambia mwenzangu mahali tunaenda tunatia moyo.
Focus yako kwa hii season gani na pengine una trainia wapi?
Nina train Iten nini West Pokot. Sioi kambi na Sioi.
All the best, congratulations.
Mwaniki.
Bado macho yako iko kwangu. Niwaambie wewe kwa sababu nakupa signal na macho juu siwezi ongea nikiwa mbele ya mic.
Paul Target ambaye ndiye mgeni wa mashindano haya, yeye ndiye mgeni mkuu katika mashindano haya. Welcome sir. Paul Target, who is the chief guest of the na kushuhudia haya. Paul Target mnamuelewa kwamba yeye amekuwa bingwa mara 5 katika mbio za nyika, and is the only man who has won the world cross country 5 times in a row. Kwa hivyo karibu sana kwa mashindano hapa katika uga wa Magereza, ambayo ni chuo kikuu cha Magereza hapa Ruiru. Basi guest wetu ndio huyo amewasili, si mwingine ni Paul Target, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Target, ambaye yeye amekuja kama mgeni rasmi siku ya leo, kama mgeni mheshimiwa
macho. Sawa?
Kwa sasa
Ushaseti vitu zako unaniangalia, utajua nikikwambia toka. Juu nyingine nimezuba like 1 minute niko hivi tu.
Sasa ni watu wengi. Sasa nyingine itakuwa Prison Band muweza kuentertain wageni. Hiyo sasa ni marathon. Prison Band. Samuel Wanjira, anaitwa Samuel Wanjira.
Those are the results of the under 20 kilometer men. Samuel Wanjiru Kibathi, Japan based, winning that run in a time of 23 minutes 10 seconds. Maina Simeon of North Rift coming in second place. Rono Shadrack Ndiwa Kibet, Erot Johan of North Rift 23.38. And of course Kipto Andrew, Kipkuri Amos and Loshakur Joel finishing up the top 8 positions in the under 8 kilometers men race. And someone from Japan coming home and ruling us shows you that, as you said, maybe you've been to Japan, you've witnessed a few things that they do that makes these long distance athletes perform better when they come home.
It's on their culture. It's on the culture and the endurance they train there. Because you've seen, like I'll give an example of my good friend Douglas Wakuri. This is how many years since he won the last the World Championship marathon in 1987, and Dagi still takes me to the road for the runs at the Ngong Forest Sanctuary, and he's always beating me. Yet he's years older. By the time he was winning that race, I was only 3 years old, and I was thinking maybe with time I ought to get faster than him, but he's still on point. So it's the endurance that they give athletes a longevity that is unique, second to none. What's one of the things I have found from the athletes who go there and come back and run for our beloved country, Kenya.
Samuel Wanjiru from Japan winning the under 28 8 kilometers men race in a time of 23 minutes 10 seconds, and of course he averaged 20.71 seconds in that race. But then this shows you that he's a star in the making, looking at the performances he's put in today. Maina Simeon of North Rift coming in second place in 23.23 seconds. Rono Shadrack South Rift 23 minutes 30 seconds. And Ndiwa Kibet of Western coming in position number 4 in 23 minutes 32 seconds. Remember, this is the National Cross Country Championships happening here at the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru. My name is Greg Mulemi. I'm alongside Willie Wex, and wherever you are, welcome aboard as you await for the start of the senior races.
It's an opportunity for us to get some entertainment. Don't forget, that's the Kenya Prisons Band. This is, I think, only second to the Maroon Commandos. They will not love to hear me making such a sentiment, but since the guys who are live here are listening to the stadium announcers, our very good colleagues, there's Lewis Wambua, and we have Tiren and Mwaniki. But as of what it stands, they may not hear what I say. They may pick up this one. By the time I'm exiting, I hope I'm not locked up, Greg, because of stating that they're second to the Maroon Commandos.
Of course, you'll not be locked up because this is a training facility. I think it will be very different if you are talking about the same down there at the Committee Maximum Prison or somewhere. But we are preparing for the 10-kilometer senior women race, and quite a rich field of athletes lined up for this one, from Central Rift, Coast, Eastern, Nairobi, the Northeastern, North Rift, Nyanza North, Nyanza South, the Southern, the South Rift, Western, the universities, and the discipline forces that the KDF and the National Police Service. We are talking about the 10-kilometer senior women race. We'll be looking at the notable names in this one. And of course, we'll be giving you every bit of it live from the Prison Staff Training College right here in Ruiru. Remember, this is the National Cross Country Championships, not the trials for the World Championship that already happened in December, where we had a team selected for the World Championships to be held on 18th of February in Australia. That was done, just to remind you, that was done because of the visa issues that we've witnessed in the past, looking at the World Championships that were held in Oregon in July last year. We had a lot of visa complications, and Athletics Kenya deemed it fit to have the national trials come in early to select a team and have them apply the visas on time. We don't want the stories to make headlines. Omanyala jets in 11 hours to the race. Of course, he'll not perform. And
Was it 11 or was it 5 hours?
5 hours, within 5 hours.
Greg, okay, I can speak on that one on authority, because I was following keenly, because two of my friends were competing in that one. There was Fred Kelly and Fred Omanyala going into that, and we remember a jet lag, for those who may not be aware, it doesn't hit you on the arrival date, but once you sleep and wake up, that's when it hits hard, and it hits hardest. And when Omanyala was trying to now get a recovery in the second day, that's when jet lag hit him hard, and he couldn't push it as much as he wanted. He did well going all the way into the semi-finals, but that was the best that he could get. Don't forget, Greg, we're looking at the championships happening on the 18th of February. The circuit that is hosting it is called the Mount Panorama at Bathurst, New South Wales in Australia. Greg, are we taking that 18-hour flight?
Never had one longer, but for this one, I think my colleague Rob Walker will be in the best position to do that, because he's been outstanding. And by the way, you missed a lot last year when Rob Walker came in for the MDP training, and of course a few lessons learned from that training, and we're using some of the skills he taught us here. He told us, be smiling always when you do these things. But that aside, remember, we are at the National Cross Country Championships 2023, and we are waiting for the start of the 10-kilometer senior women race that will be starting in a bit. And we are live from the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru, bringing you all the action. The 10-kilometer women race will be starting shortly. Then the senior men race before the mixed relays, where we'll be having, I have a surprise for you in the relays. A class 8 pupil will be racing for South Nyanza, and that's quite a story.
Greg, I believe boundaries have kept being broken each and every time we're having this meet, and that was one of those key highlights in stories that you will hear and you get excited knowing that someone who's participating at that level, and you can imagine if you harness that talent, how far that one can go, Greg. I'm excited to see that, and as we prepare for the for the senior women 10-kilometer race. So how many loops are they doing for that one, Greg?
Should be we'll be doing 5 loops, and that's what we'll be waiting to see as it happens. But just to remind you, this is the second time the Prison Training College in Ruiru is hosting a major cross-country event after hosting the World Cross-Country Trials on 10th of December last year, and the trials were held early due to the visa processing that we talked about. It's been hectic at times, especially after the COVID restrictions, and the pandemic really made the world rethink on how to go about things, and hopefully we'll be over the hills in a few years' time. Julius Kirwa, the veteran coach, will be taking charge of the national team for the World Cross Country Championships. And they are currently camping at the Kigali Teachers College in Embu. And they reported to camp on 10th of January, and they'll be departing for Australia on 14th of February for the 43rd World Cross Country Championships. The last one was held in 2019, where we were shown dust in the men's race. Jacob Kiplimo of Uganda, he really made us rethink our strategies. And we were talking about that. During the national trials, and all that came out was that we need to rethink on how we approach the races, especially in the latter stages, because we find that these athletes, I'm talking about Kiplimo and his colleague, they really make it strong in the last two loops. And it's something that the Kenyan athletes have tried to, let's say, strategize. And I think them camping at Kigali, which is almost at the same altitude with the venue for the world, the Bathurst course in Australia. That makes it even easier for them to try out a few tactics, because it's the tactics that have let us down in the recent times.
What we're looking at is how well you can create an environment where when athlete lands in a different country, they do not need much time to acclimatize into the weather that is there. So this Kigali weather, in comparison to New South Wales, there is comparison in the sense that we may not get it at 100%, but if you can be able to acclimatize it, get an 80%, it will really work well for you. Greg, going into the women's 10-kilometer seniors, are there notable names that we need to be looking forward to in this for the?
Yes, of course, another Japan-based, Esther Mudhoni. She will be competing in this one with a personal best of 33 minutes 10 seconds in the 10 kilometers, born on 27th of December in 2001. So you see, as much as we are talking about youngsters, she's also coming up very well. Mutai Beatrice Chepkemoi of Eldoret. We have Roslinda Jepketer of Mumias, posted of a time of 33 minutes 50.9 seconds in the 10,000 meters race held in Mumias in 2019. We have Wanjiru Josephine. We're also looking at the likes of Jeruto Lydia, posted a time, competed in the under 18 800 meters women at the Kasarani Stadium, and also came 10th in the under 20 cross country championships held in Denmark. We have Purity Chepkurui. Watch out for this one. Purity Chepkurui, 1500 meters Africa silver medalist, former world under 20 champion in the 1500 meters, and she's the current 1500 meters national champion, the Purity Chepkurui. She'll be racing in the 10 kilometers race, and this shows you that this is a field where you cannot underrate anybody. Of these athletes that will be participating in this one, then watch out for the likes of Purity Chepkurui. Kemboi Millicent finished 6th in the national trials in the 1500 meters last year at the Kasarani, at the Jao National Stadium. We have another Japan-based athlete, that is Esther Wambui, with a personal best of 15 minutes 17.75 seconds in the 5,000 meters. So you look at this group of athletes, they are in for it.
This is what, Greg, we call a stacked field. You do not know who's going to have a surprise. So as they take into the five loops, I'll make my prediction at the third loop. I'm not rushing anything, Greg.
You really like playing safe. Yeah, there's also an athlete who's making a comeback. That is Chepngeno Joylin. Making a comeback. She's a specialist in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and she's representing Nyanza North. Born on 30th of September 1998. She'll be coming into this one not as a favorite, but trying out, maybe seeing to see if she can come, let's say, try out the new season, try out new things, and yeah, I'm really excited about that. And then Loleo Veronica competed in the half marathon. I think the Valencia half marathon in last year. We have Acholi Immaculate Anyango, the former under-20 silver medalist. Chepkech Sheila competed at the Standard Chartered Marathon. That is the last year's edition. So you look at this field, I'm expecting fireworks here. But watch out for Purity Chepkurui, 3-time. She's finished in the top 3 in the cross-country thrice.
And just as a checkup on that one, so I'm guessing she didn't make the national team traveling to Budapest, to Bathurst. She didn't make it. Looking at those accolades, it's amazing. So now, as we take it into the officiating of the function with the national anthem, then tree planting.
Kenyan Athletics. Niko wera. Mau luai sikit. Mau kan wala sikit. Kau kan ini. Tahu kira.
We are now officially ready for the best pieces of action.
Greg, I don't like your statement when you start saying that best piece of action when you're talking about seniors. What are you trying to say about juniors? We had some very good performance from Wanjiru.
Of course, we had good performances from Wanjiru and Miriam in the first 2 races. Mercy Sang in the 6 kilometers under 20 women race. I'm saying the best pieces of action because I'm looking at the field that is in this 10-kilometer senior women's race. All these athletes, pedigree, all of them.
I know it's a stacked field.
Yeah, it's a stacked field. All of them have a pedigree, and of course, they're in to prove a point. They might not be in the national team. Yeah, and I'm being informed that there'll be a tree planting ceremony briefly, and that is where we'll be heading to commemorate the whole event. And of course, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable William Ruto, said that you must at least plant a tree. I've planted 4 already. I don't know. How many have you planted this year?
Planting trees is relative, but actual trees I've planted 1. I've planted 1. But it's a very great venture just to get the green cover into spreading it out into the country. We had limitation. You've seen the kind of drought you're facing right now as a country. How well can we enlarge on what has been depleted with the deforestation? So it's one venture from the deep of my heart I totally support.
And it's very, very, very touching to see leaders from all cadres coming in and supporting the idea, making sure that everything is done according to the expectations and the Millennium Development Goals, of course. We need a green country, and Charity, maybe from your from the talks you've had with these athletes, the coaches, what are the expectations? What has really transpired between the first race and the second race, and maybe anything unique that you need to share with the public?
So far right now there's nothing much apart from to touch lightly on the tree planting parks in AK. The Athletics Kenya got into a park with the United Nations to be planting trees. They are campaigning for clean air, which is what athletes need to be able to compete. That is where they've been putting air monitors all over. That is in Lobo Village, Karura Forest, where the athletes continue competing, and several other places. Here are the prisons. This is the first time they're hosting the nationals. Our traditional place is the golf course, but last year we went at the beautiful Lobo Village in preparations for the Sirikwa Cross Country, and I hope that people will turn up for the next Sirikwa Cross Country. We have some big athletes coming for this event, and here most of them, the athletes have come to test on their endurance. They want to check on how far they are on the competitions, on their training program. As we prepare for the new crop, you remember this year we have the Youth Olympics coming up. We also have the Africa Youth Championships. We also have the World Championships, and also the cross-country team that is in Embu. They reported actually in camp on 10th of this month, and they'll be expected to travel on 14th to Australia. And Greg, you also know that Dr. Paul Tergat was named the ambassador for the event, actually because Tergat he has won 5 individual cross-country titles. The other closest person to him is Paul Kipsiele, John Ngugi. There is also Kamorol following in the footstep. Some exciting things that you're looking forward to see for this event. We have some marathoners in the senior categories. We're wondering if the KDF are going to retain their national titles in the mixed relays. Considering that we are at home for the prisons, and maybe that's what I have for now.
For Charity, just wanted to echo on what Charity was saying. You see, the unique thing about Tergat's accolade is the consecutive wins. Because I remember we had the one and only Kenenisa Bekele trying to match that and go a step harder. But this didn't happen in 2007 in Mombasa. And these are some of those unique things which make me proud. You remember Grima, a very good friend from Ethiopia. He may not like when he hears this one, and then he may be buzzing in our WhatsApp groups in the next few minutes.
Exactly, and you say there's only one Paul Tergat, Dr. Paul Tergat, legend in his own right, being named the ambassador for the World Cross Country Championships. And at least it gives the inspiration that is needed to the upcoming athletes and those who are also competing in this one. If you're joining us, remember this is the National Cross Country Championships taking place at the Prison Staff's Training College in Ruiru. And we have a tree planting ceremony. On your screens are the prison choir or prison band, rather, bringing you some classics. Sam Mangwana, the original author of this one. That is where the athletes will converge for the start of the 10-kilometer senior women race, where we talked about the likes of Purity Chepkuru, Njihia Catherine, Nyasirega Lydia, McKenna Evangeline is a sprinter, this one, specializes in 100 meters. She'll also be competing in this one. We have Cherop Dorcas making a comeback, Jeruto Lydia, the under-18 silver medalist from the World Championships in Kasarani in 2018. Then we have Cheruyot Lydia also making a comeback in this one. We have Jebet Valentine, Jepketeros Linda. These are some of the athletes that will be taking part in will be competing rather in the senior women 10-kilometer race. If you're joining us, welcome aboard. This is Athletics Kenya TV. Those beautiful pictures there coming your way on our Facebook and YouTube page. After this, remember, we'll be focusing on the Sirikwa Marathon, renamed after the great Agnes Tirop. May her soul rest in peace. It will be taking place at the Lobo Resort in Eldoret. I was there last year, and I can tell you, it's one of the best courses you'll ever want to run as an athlete. The terrain, very beautiful. The hills, the hay, the water pool, all this. But of course, we have first things first here. Those are the results from the previous race, the 8 kilometers under 20 men race, where Samuel Wanjiru Kibathi won in a time of 23 minutes 10 seconds, followed by Maiwa Simeon of North Rift in a time of 23 minutes 23 seconds. Rono Shadrack came in third, 23 minutes 30 seconds. Ndiwa Kibet coming in fourth place in that order. The first race of the day was the 6 kilometers under 20 women, with Sang Mercy of the universities winning that one in a time of 19 minutes 43.8 seconds. Sheila Chepkirui Miriam coming in second place in a time of 19 minutes 54 seconds. Chemutai Miriam of South Rift also coming in third, rather she came in third in a time of 20 minutes 2.6 seconds, ahead of Chepkemoi Maureen of North Rift in a time of 20 minutes 22.7 seconds. Jemutai Deborah, Nduta Lucy, and Chemutai Dorothy finishing the matrix. In the men under 20 results, Samuel Kibathi Wanjiru of based in Japan won in a time of 23 minutes 12 seconds, followed by Maiwa Simeon of North Rift 23.25, Rono Shadrack South Rift 23.32 seconds, Ndiwa Kibet of Western 23.34, Irot Johan of North Rift came in fifth place in 23.40 seconds, closely followed by Kipto Andrew of Nyanza South 23.49, Kipkuri Amos of North Rift came in seventh, and Loshakuru Joel of Central Rift finished in eighth place in 23.55 seconds. And Willie Wex, you are talking about Kenenisa Bekele dropping out of the senior men's race in 2007. I remember the late President Mwai Kibaki was in attendance. And of course, the heat took toll on Bekele. He couldn't just hold on.
And the cheer. This was a very unfortunate sporting scenario, because looking at an athlete getting an injury, and the crowd, instead of feeling sorry for them, they were cheering. But reasons were best known to the local and I'll say Kenyans, who knew what that win would have meant for what we've treasured for a long time, with Paul Tergat holding that consecutive 5 times championship in the cross country. Now going into the senior women 10-kilometer race, as my colleague Greg has taken you through it, this is going to be a cracker of a race. I'm looking at the accolades of all the athletes who are taking part in this one, and this is a star upon a star upon a star, Greg. This is a full stacked, fully well-studded pitch, how well we can be able to get the best coming from this. My eyes are on who will be taking lead after the third loop, going into the last two loops. This is a very fantastic time. Everyone is finding their best standing position, and here we go. That's the senior women's 10-kilometer race happening live here at the Prison Staff Training College. This is the Athletics Kenya TV. For all who are joining us, sit back, relax, and enjoy some good race here at the Prison Staff Training College. Gregor, what will you tell someone who's joining the race about the terrain, the course that is here? What is unique? What do they have that is unique?
They have to go through two hills, a pool of water, and hay. You know, for the steeplechasers, this might be even more unique because there are four hills, of course. There are two hills. Then there is a hay. When you finish, you are close to finishing the first loop. There's hay where you have to jump as you go through the course for the second loop. And right now, after let's say 800 meters is where you find the first hill. You go down the terrain, then you go on the first bend. You'll find the second hill, and then you go to a pool of water where they don't like it. It's very muddy. And of course, it lowers your speed, yeah? And then they'll go to a flat course, take another bend, then go into the hay, then they'll be coming onto the first loop. And this is very challenging for these athletes that come to compete in this one. And I've just seen a sprinter here, as I told you. I wonder how she will cope up with that. Maybe she's trained for that.
It's one of those unique things you look forward to, and is expecting to see what is a sprinter's endurance going into a tough, because like a cross country is really tests your depth, because this is not a flat, this is a whole scenario that has, as you said, there's the four barriers, there's the two hills, there's a hay at one point, and let's not forget, apart from all this, you have the one scenario, yes, you have the one scenario that is unique, and which is how well do you go through the mud pool. So, Gregor, just to recognize the presence of the one and only former world marathon record holder, 5-time cross-country champion, consecutive champion, Paul Tergat, will be sending the transmission to the team for word from the star.
Basi shindano
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've just joined us, we're here joined by the ambassador to the World Cross Country Championships in Australia, Dr. Paul Tergat. Karibu sana Tergat, tunaweza tuambia imekuwa vipi during your cross country time?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very excited to be able maybe to join the whole Kenyans, and especially the athletes who are actually competing at their top level, the national cross country, which is going maybe to select a team, maybe to take them to represent the country in Australia. I want to say that one thing that to all sportsmen who will be competing, and especially the ones that have started earlier, and those who will be actually maybe named to represent the country, that cross country is one sport that brings a lot of athletes from diverse disciplines together, and it is going to make sure that whoever is going maybe to make, because you find somebody who is running 800 meters all the way to the marathon, they can still compete in cross country. And it is very nice event because I've been there personally, and it's an honor.
Mr. Chergat, we've been facing a challenge with doping, and perhaps with your long career that has been well celebrated until today, what would be your advice to some of the athletes who would want to dope?
The only thing that I really want maybe to encourage the younger generation, and more importantly maybe the generation that of our sportsmen that we have now, is that we have everything in terms of our talent, that we don't need anything else maybe to add based on what we have. The only thing that maybe is to make sure that you have the talent, you have the altitude, you have everything. It's enough for us not maybe to look for shortcuts. It's better maybe to go the long way, but it is worth it because you will be able maybe to be a better person going forward.
Back this briefly, KBC Channel 1 is live with this particular championship. About your recent appointment as the ambassador to be the ambassador for the World Cross Country Championship. You won it 5 times in the record books. How an honor is it?
Thank you again. This is a big honor, not only to me but also for the country, and I believe that what really it is nice that the whole world is appreciating. For us is to make sure the newer generation to be able maybe to achieve, even to supersede what we have been able to achieve ourselves. Yes.
Maybe you won it severally, 5 times apiece, and it's been really a battle for us to win it even 3 times, Maybe Sigei and Kamoror have won it 3 times and 2 times. What now happens for this generation?
The only thing that maybe, as I said again, that we do have huge potential in terms of the talent, and I believe that if everything done, everybody to win this. It is not a preserve of anyone at all. Looking forward, maybe in the near future, somebody else can be able maybe to supersede. In the near future.
Then finally, for me, maybe our top talents here today. What do you expect to see?
Yes, we are all excited. That's why we are here, and maybe also maybe to thank them that they have really worked so hard to be able maybe to reach the national level, national trials, from all the way from the regions all the way to the nationals. That's a plus. The only thing is that keep your best today, and then and everything else will settle in place.
Last question. The cross country has been included the Olympics this coming Paris. What's your take on that?
I think I don't want maybe to mention that because I have not seen that as an IOC member, and if it is going to be included, that is my choice to see cross country be part and parcel of Olympics games.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's been the chairman. As we take into this 10-kilometer senior women's race, and the lead what we need to recognize is the lead that is been taken by Ruth Chepngetich. This is an athlete who's already made her name for herself. She won the 2019 Chicago Marathon. Not forgetting that this is not. She has a PB in the half marathon of 64:02, which was in Istanbul 2021. This is a very fast race. Greg, as we talked about it, you had mentioned that we should be expecting some fireworks from this one. Do you see anyone trying to pace up with Ruth, trying to just get a silver, or do you think someone is going to try and ounce her from the patch?
It's too early to tell because anything can happen in cross-country race. We talked about the fatigue. Sometimes you can get a stitch. Things might not just work out as you wanted. And for Ruth, I think it's the experience that makes her stand out in this rich field of athletes. You can see she's taken a commanding lead in this one. And you feel her accolades. You've talked about having a personal best. She's a specialist, especially in the road races. Has, of course, her personal best of 64.02. That is 1 hour, 4 minutes and 2 seconds in the half marathon posted in Istanbul in 2021. Shows you that she's in shape, and of course, she's represented Kenya in a couple of events, including the World Championships in Doha, where she won gold. The 2019 Doha World Championships, and in Valencia half marathon, where most of these athletes go and try out to see where the season, how the season has been. She came in second. Of course, she's a gold medalist from the Chicago Marathon in 2021. In 2022, she won the gold once again at the Chicago Marathon, defended back-to-back titles, and that shows you that she's one to watch. In 2020, she won bronze, came in third in the London Marathon. So Ruth Chepngetich is not just a name that you can talk about like a pushover, especially after she takes such a commanding lead. She's one of the athletes that you'll be watching out like, why did we let her go?
Your sentiment has brought some crazy idea into my mind. You're saying Ruth Chepngetich is not a name you can just push over like the name Greg Mulemi.
Of course, we are talking about an athlete. Greg might be, yeah, but welcome aboard. This is the National Cross Country Championships happening here at the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru, and that is Ruth Chepngetich, double Chicago Marathon winner, the defending champion, of course, showing her prowess here, breaking away, tearing away from the rest of the field, ensuring that she's in a commanding lead in this 10-kilometer senior women race. Remember, Chepngetich is representing the Kenya Prison Service, and that shows you that she's taking advantage of the home ground. Look at her, very confident, taking that hill, going. There's an advantage she has here. She's a prison warden, and this is her home ground, so it makes it so unique and easy for her to maneuver through this course. Sheila Chepkirui also trying to close by. She's in second position, but then look at Ruth Chepngetich leading all the way, showing why she is a two-time Chicago Marathon winner, and Acholi Immaculate Onyango, former under-20 international gold medalist, won 3,000 meters silver in 2019 at the at the World Under-20 Championships. She's here also trying out, but then we are talking about Ruth quite an amazing story about this Ruth from the National Prison Service. Not many talk about her, but then you look at her pedigree. It's something that every athlete would wish and maybe want to have under their belts. I'm talking about the great athletes that have come from the prison service. Catherine, I remember one commentator used to call her Indereba. Catherine Dereba. We'll be trying to find out if she's among the crowd that is here at the Prison Staff Training College. Talk to her, maybe tell us a little bit of. Remember, she's also a former world cross-country champion, and she's one of the greatest ambassadors of Kenyan athletics, one of the best exports that we've had in, of course, in the early 2000s. She represented the country in numerous events. Remember with her running the Googles, reminds me of Wilfred Bungei.
When you mentioned Dereba, a tear comes to mind, because I remember, was it the 2004 Athens, Greece, when when she was pursuing a gold medal at the Athens 2004 Olympics, and it was disheartening that she didn't notice that Paula Radcliffe had run away with it. So when she had done a whole return back into the lead, she assumed she was in the leading, but the one and only Radcliffe had already taken it. So it's one of those things, as my colleagues mentioned, brings a tear to my eyes. But like, as we take it back, the leader still remains Ruth Chepngetich, the two-time back-to-back Chicago Marathon, 2021, 2022, and also during the prisons cross-country, she took lead in the 10-kilometer.
Yes, and just confirming that she is one of those athletes to watch out to. I'm afraid she's not in the national team to represent the country at the World Cross-Country Championships to be held in Bathurst, Australia. But then she's here to prove a point. She wants the national championships. You know, it goes a long way, especially in the seedings and of course the rankings when it comes to, let's say, when you want to go to the international meets. And of course the organizers of these marathons across the world will be looking at these national championships and like, yeah, Ruth is on form. I think we can use her for the next events. But that is the list of some of the athletes that are taking part in the under 20, the senior 10-kilometer women race. Naliaka Karen, Chepkemoi Naomi, Mudhoni Esther Mutai, Chepkemoi Beatrice, Mugure Jedaida, Wanjiku Gateri Teresia Mudhoni, another good athlete who specializes in the 10,000 meters, but she's here trying out in the senior women 10-kilometer race. But leading the pack, of course, is Ruth Chepngetich. Such a talented athlete, an athlete that has been here, has seen it all. The 2021 and 2022 Chicago Marathon winner, the 2018 Valencia silver medalist, winner in Doha 2019, and of course won the bronze at the 2020 London Marathon. So a specialty in road racing, of course, and she has always thrived in hot and humid conditions. And something unique about Ruth, as you can see her coming in very strongly, just ahead of Sheila Chepkiroi. Sheila Chepkurui closing in very, very fast. But then Ruth will try, hang on that one. I can tell you, this is a race you cannot afford to miss or even wink, because you look at how close Sheila Chepkurui is behind Ruth. Then you feel that it's not as clear as we thought yet. Remember, Sheila Chepkurui is representing the Kenya Defence Forces, and she's closing on Ruth Chepngetich. And that is Ruth Chepngetich taking that one also. And she's decided, okay, I'm not going to let it go, or rather spill away easily. Sheila Chepkurui also trying so much to that is Ruth, closely followed by Sheila, and of course that is Ruth Chepkurui, Chepngetich rather, with Sheila Chepkurui in second place. This is still too close to call.
Greg, you told me I was playing safe, so it's come to my safe period to call it here. So I'll play safe still with the prediction. I'll say 1-2 is either Ruth and Sheila. But I'm also impressed with what actually Immaculate Nyango is doing, pursuing and breaking also that norm of consistency, representing the North Rift. And an athlete has been spotted who's fallen off from the grid. Sheila Chepkurui. Greg, you want to tell us more about her?
Sheila Chepkurui is currently in second place behind Ruth Chepngetich. This is just experience playing at its best, because Chepngetich, very experienced. Sheila Chepkurui, very experienced, 32 years of age. She specializes in the long distances and the mid distances, the 1500 meters, the 5,000 meters. And if I look at her track record, she has a personal best of 4 minutes, 12.29 seconds, set in Marrakesh, Morocco in 2005. And then that was in the 1500 meters. Before setting another personal best of 8 minutes, 45.94 seconds in the 3,000 meters in Somerville. But then when it comes to what we are closer, what we are coming to right now, the 5,000 meters is where she set a personal best of 14 minutes, 54.05 seconds in the 5,000 meters in London in 2017. So you look at Sheila Chepkurui, she also has a pedigree. Yeah, the accolades. In Birmingham in 2022, she won bronze in the 10,000 meters at the Commonwealth Games. That was last year. She's the 2016 African champion over the 5,000 meters. A World Youth Championship gold in Marrakesh in 2005 in the 1,500 meters. A bronze medal in Ostrava in 2007 in 1,500 meters. And of course, the Africa cross-country championships, where she took silver in the senior women race in Yaoundé, Cameroon. So you look at Sheila Chepkurui and Ruth Chepngetich, the top two athletes in this race at the moment. These are athletes who can bring glory to the country at any given time. You wake them up, tell them that today we have a race, they'll give you the results. Ruth Chepngetich currently in the lead, and Sheila Chepkurui in second place, representing Kenya Defence Forces. And the home girl, Ruth Chepngetich, Kenya Prison Service, leading all the way. There was a time she was threatened by Chepkurui, but she's decided, okay, you know what? When I'm at home, I make the rules, and I give you the rule book.
You can always say that even for her, she knows where how the terrain looks. So it's just some scenarios where you say, if guests are coming, you know which hole to fill to avoid the rats showing up into your living room or the cockroaches showing up when you want to serve some nice dinner or luncheon. So going into this one, just appreciating what we've seen so far. This is the third race of the day. We had the 6 kilometer ladies, the under 20. We had the 8 kilometer under 20 men, and now going into the third race, which is about to get into the last loop. Greg, if I'm not wrong, this one is the senior women's 10 kilometer race, where we have the formidable Ruth Chepngetich leading. This is the home girl. Don't forget, she represents the Kenya Prison Service, and following her closely, was following her closely at one point, was Sheila Chepkirui from KDF, and we had Choli Immaculate Nyango from KDF, who was in third place. I'm waiting. I will be running to the finish line to just confirm whether this is how it goes going into completion. In the middle of the circuit, you can see flags representing the KDF prisons and the National Police Service, as people are just enjoying themselves as you come to the curtain, closing the curtain of this particular race. This is the women's seniors 10 kilometer race. Greg, I'll leave it to you as I...
Ruth Chepngetich, double Chicago Marathon winner, taking this one home. Followed closely by Sheila Chepkirui and Immaculate Nyango, and this is what we call athletics at its best. On your screens, Ruth Chepngetich coming home, the home girl, prison service, will be taking this one. You can see the confidence in her, Ruth Chepngetich, the prison staff, fans, escorting her home. You can see the flags flying really high and showing the rest of the world that they are here, happy with the progress that has been made by Ruth Chepngetich. Remember, she's one of the athletes we've been talking about extensively in this one, and of course the reigning Chicago Marathon champion Ruth Chepngetich will be winning the 10 kilometer senior women race in this marathon. Very, very confident as she heads into the last loop of this one. Twice winning the Chicago Marathon, second in the London Marathon in 2020, won silver in Valencia, 2019 world champion in Doha, Qatar. Ruth Chepngetich not letting this one go away. She's here to represent the prison service at the national championship, but showing the resilience, showing what she's capable of, ensuring that she stays away from the rest of the pack. That is Ruth Chepngetich coming home to win this one. She's well clear of second place Sheila Chepkirui, and this is one of the best races I've watched in a long time, and that confirms that Ruth Chepngetich might be just having one of the best seasons. Of course, it's just started.
Greg, just to take it back, just to look at the accolades that Ruth has collected over the years. To win a marathon as a back-to-back, the only comparison I have for her, I know there's a couple of athletes who've been able to execute on that one. Louis Wambua taking a breather from the announcement desk. As we look at Ruth Chepngetich, is this the last loop? Is she coming to wrap it home? Is this it? Greg, are we expecting any upset? Will Sheila be able to have another push? Will Acholi, coming all the way third, be able to pursue something, or prisons have this one in the bag?
Of course, it's prisons. KDF as we head into the home stretch of the senior 10 kilometers women race here at the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru. And clearly you can see Ruth Chepngetich, she's well clear of second place Sheila Chepkirui and Immaculate Nyango of KDF, who is in third place currently, heading into the last loop of this one. But of course, I don't expect, unless, things can happen in between the races, but I don't really expect Ruth to drop this one. She's been very resilient from the first loop, heading into the other loops. You can see taking that bend very easily and showing that she was well prepared, getting over the last hill. That is Ruth Chepngetich. She'll be coming home as the winner of the 10-kilometer senior women race here at the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru. She's now increased her speed heading into the home stretch. That is Ruth Chepngetich. It seems she's not even tiring. She's really, really pumped up for this one. Remember, she's the reigning Chicago Marathon champion. Won it in last year, won it in 2021. Finished second in the London Marathon in 2020. In 2019, she was a world champion, and you can always see that it's not as, it isn't a fluke, because from 2019 to 2022, she's been on the podium in each and every race she's participated in, especially the majors across the globe, and that is Ruth Chepngetich of the Prison Service. She'll be taking this one. Sheila Chepkirui of KDF has really, really tried to ensure that she sticks closer to Ruth Chepngetich. And of course, we also had the likes of Esther Mudhoni, based in Japan. But this one we are talking about the double Chicago Marathon champion, Ruth Chepngetich, exhibiting confidence, exhibiting a very, very tactical approach towards this 10-kilometer senior women race. And of course, she's well clear, and you can see the prison staff escorting her all the way with the flags, showing the rest of the world that they are here to win this. But it will be Kenya Prison, KDF, Sheila Chepkirui of KDF in second place, Immaculate Anyango in third place. And that is Ruth Chepngetich, the Chicago Marathon champion. Leading from start to finish, and she'll be coming to the tape very, very confident. And she's sure that Sheila Chepkirui trying to close in, but then it will be Ruth Chepngetich winning this one. Well timed, well executed. Congratulations, Ruth Chepngetich, for winning this one. Sheila Chepkirui closing in second place. But the winner for this one will be Ruth Chepngetich. She's really had a race of her life. Congratulations to the winner, Sheila Chepkirui of Kenya Defense Forces, coming in second. But look at that, Ruth. She's worked her socks off, but then ultimately winning this one. And that is Immaculate Anyango finishing in third place. A very good and pulsating race from these athletes. The 10 kilometers senior women's race won by Ruth Chepngetich. It seems to have taken a lot from her. That has been the 10-kilometer senior women's race won by Kenya Prison's athlete Ruth Chepngetich. She's really worked her socks off, Willie.
Greg, we thought it's going to be an easy win for Chepngetich, but Sheila Chepkirui just did something last 300 meters or so, because Sheila really gave her a push. And I'm saying Ruth had to go into her reserve tank to find all the gas that she could be able to. I'm looking at, I was just here at the finish line where she completed it, and she's been rushed straight for fast aid because she was not in good shape after that. But that was a very great race. Sheila Chepkirui coming in second, Yegozena Jemutai third, beating Ndio Stancy within the last few meters going into it. And I'll wish also to notice that actually Immaculate, who's finished 10th, I think she dropped off during the last loop, Greg, because she was third when they were starting the last loop.
That's why they say resilience and how you control your race comes in. Champion Ruth of Kenya Prison Service winning that one in a time of 32 minutes, 56 seconds. And she had an average split of 18 minutes, 18.25. That is very, very impressive, by the way. Yeah, on the splits. And Sheila Chepkirui of Kenya Defence Forces finishing in second in a time of 32 minutes, 58 seconds. Just ahead of Zena Jemutai, whom we really didn't talk much about, surprisingly, but she gave a good account of herself, finishing in third, representing the North Rift in time of 33 minutes and 0.06 seconds with a split of 18.124, not really bad. And then we had Ndiwa Stancy of Kenya Police Service in fourth, 33.06. And I'll be heading over to Charity Wanja on the other side. I think she's got something nice for us. Charity, if you are ready, I see you have Sheila Chepkirui with you. Charity, if you can hear me. As we await for Charity to take it away. And there she is with
and the competition.
I am so happy because I'm senior and I think the future is not bad. Yeah.
Season gani?
Yeah, because I'm not running track. So I pray God to run Olympics. Yeah.
Congratulations, Asante. That was Zena Chemtai. She recently graduated to this preparing. Considering that the endurance that she's been able to finish that at the national championships. As we wait for the next interviewee, here are some of the results. Sheila karibu. Sheila, congratulations you kwa podium. Vile umekuwa
hii kwangu ilikuwa cross country na kwa speed juu niko na mileage. Li debut Valencia Marathon 3. So cross kupata speed.
So ile unaenda ya kwanza ni gani?
Nilienda ya kwanza last year. Na prepare sahi kwenda
Boston Marathon. All the best, congratulations. That was Sheila Chepkirui. She finished second. and with a time of 32 minutes 58 seconds. Then Tai finished third, 33 minutes, and here we are going to do Ruth Chepngetich. Ruth, congratulations.
Ile kwa rahisi vile, ilikuwa uchungu sana kuanzia lap ya 3. Hapo ndio nilifeel then I struggle, so haikuwa rahisi vile. Yeah.
Pengine sasa after cross country unaenda gani kwa hii season?
My preparation itakuwa ya women marathon to defend it in May. Yeah.
That Ruth, she's going to prepare for our marathon defense title. She's finished national champion with a time of 32 minutes 56 seconds, and then she was followed by Sheila Chepkirui, who finished second with a time of 32 minutes 55.8 seconds, and then Zena Jemtai Yego finished third with a time of 33 minutes 0.6 seconds. We also have Stacey Ndi finishing fourth with a time of 33 minutes and 0.6 seconds, and then she was followed by Dorcas Cherop, who finished fifth in 33 minutes 0.9 seconds, and then Caroline Nyaga took the sixth position in time of 33 minutes and 10 seconds. Right now, once we are through with the women senior category, we are going for the main 10 kilometers. And now I'm going to hand over to my colleague William and Greg on the other side of the studio.
Charity Wanja taking us through the interviews for the ladies, the women senior 10-kilometer race that just ended. Remember, we are live from the Prison Staff Training College here in Ruiru, bringing you the National Cross Country Championships happening here. And it's the second time we are coming here in under 1 month, bringing you this action after hosting the national trials for the World Championships. As of course, the team for that has already been selected and are in camp in Kigali Teachers Training College in Embu. Just to talk about the previous World Cross Country Championships, Joshua Cheptegei and Jacob Kiplimo from Uganda both won the 10-kilometer senior men race, with Geoffrey Kipsang Kimoror winning the 2017 edition. And of course, Kamoror benefited from a meltdown by Cheptegei, and it was a sweet victory for the Kenyan in 2017, but could not defend the title in 2017 because we had Cheptegei at his best, the Ugandan, winning the 2019 edition. Of course, in 2020, that did not happen because of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the ranked teams, Uganda finished first, having the gold medalists. They had 20, and of course, Kenya finished in second place, and Ethiopia coming in third, Eritrea finishing fourth. That is the team's rankings. That is from the 2019 edition. In the senior women, Helen Obiri on Sando won gold for Kenya in the 2019. Of course, she'll not be defending this year's cross-country championship, but she's the winner from the 2019 edition, finished in a time of 36 minutes 14 seconds, ahead of Dera Dida of Ethiopia and Letesebet Gide. Gide has really caused ripples in the track. Yeah. Of course, in the team medals, Ethiopia finished top, Kenya second, and Uganda third. The National Build-Up Series started in Machakos on 15th of October in 2022, and then proceeded to Kapsokwony, and then Sotik, Olkalau, Iten, and other regions and institutions continued with the events, totaling to 9 events. After the national event, we'll have the second edition of the Cross Country Gold Tour, renamed the Sirikwa Classic, and formerly it was known as the Agnes Tirop Memorial Cross Country Tour, and it will be held at the Lobo Village Resort in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County on 4th of February 2023. And from the leading results from the previous national championships in 2021, in the 10-kilometer race, Rogers Kwemoi won the event in a time of 31 minutes, 0.04 seconds, with Kibiwot Kandie, who was expected to be here today, coming in second in a time of 31.06. Edwin Bett finished third in the 2021 edition in a time of 31 minutes, 11 seconds. And Nicholas Kimeli came in fourth in 31.13 seconds. And Phineas Kipleting finishing in the fifth place in a time of 31 minutes, 15 seconds.
Looking at those results, Greg, that was a very nail-biting finish, considering that all of them finished within the 31-minute mark, and the only variance are being from the 4-second mark to the 15-second mark between the first and the fifth person. That's some very fast race, considering that it's a 10 km race, and the difference of only 14 seconds between the first and the fifth, where we're used to normally there's usually a very big gap in between the two variances of the players, of the athletes. So going into the last individual event is the senior 10-kilometer senior. Greg enjoying his air zoom. There's some very pretty Nikes. So going into the last race, Greg.
These are my kicks, yeah. You know, I'll be participating in future marathons.
You know, water boys are not allowed to race, yeah?
No. You challenged me to take up a marathon.
Yes.
I should be participating in the future marathons. I'm thinking about the Standard Chartered Marathon.
For you, ideally, is the Standard Chartered Marathon.
Yeah.
Okay, that's October of 2022.
Yeah, of course, and of course the Sirikwa class is coming in a little bit too early for me. But if you're joining us wherever you are, welcome aboard. This is the Prison Training Staff College here in Ruiru. We are bringing you the Athletics Kenya National Cross Country Championships. My name is Greg Mulemi. I'm alongside Willie Wex here, and we've been bringing you all these actions. We started with the 6 kilometers under 20 women race. And then we came over, brought you the 8 kilometers under 20 men race, and then we witnessed a very classic senior 10 kilometers women race, and we are now ready for the men 10 kilometers race that shall be coming your way in a bit. But then we have plenty of stories to bring you about this event. In the 10 kilometer senior event, Ruth Chepngetich winning that one, and she's just been impressive, though she slowed a little bit towards the home stretch.
Bro, have you felt the weather that we're having here? It's super hot. This is, I'm not sure about the acclimatization, but the guys who are participating in the World Cross Country Championships happening on the 18th of February in New South Wales, Australia, may have a better setting, because the guys who encamp are in Embu, similar. They'll be able to acclimatize as soon as they land in Australia. But that's a very long flight, Greg.
A long flight, you say it's 18 hours of...
depending
on the flight. Yeah?
Depending on the connect.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of course, the national team for the World Cross Country Championships is currently camping at the Kigari Teachers Training College in Embu County. And they reported to camp on the 10th of January. Yeah, having been selected on 10th of December, right here in Ruiru. And you look at that team, we'll be giving you the list of the athletes that are in camp. It's a team that has who is who in road racing, in track, heading into the World Championships. And it's something that gives us hope that we might just reclaim this title from Uganda, because Jacob Kiplimo and Joshua Cheptegei, they've really toiled us over the last 4 years.
It's time for us to pick up our socks, lift them up. Greg, you had something to even talk about who's the lead coach for Team Kenya?
Mr. Julius Kirwa, the experienced Julius Kirwa. He knows where we've gone wrong. He knows where we can improve. He knows what it takes to reclaim that title. And I think him I know I've seen Mr. Tiren around. He's also one of the most experienced coaches. We have Mr. Mwaniki here. Remember, we were with him in that training at the MDP sometime last year. These are the guys who've made Kenyan athletes.
What you're saying without saying is that you've been trained by World Athletics.
Yes, World Athletics in conjunction with Athletics Kenya. We have the likes of Barnaba Korir. Very, very great people who've made sure that athletics is not seen as it used to be, let's say a couple of years ago, a decade ago. Right now, we can talk about athletics, have it streamed online, have guys watch around the world without restrictions, and it just shows you that we're headed into the right directions. Remember, you're on Athletics Kenya TV, and we are live on Facebook also on the Athletics Kenya page. And this is the National Cross Country Championships 2023 happening here at the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru. And Wex, we are expecting a race that might be the race of the day, the 10 kilometers men race. It might be, not undermining the races that have been there before, the 6 kilometers under 20 women and the 8 kilometers under 20 men. And of course, we're talking about the men, the women senior 10 kilometer race that has just ended with Ruth Chepngetich. This story is so beautiful, yeah? And I can't just comprehend, rather, I can't just put it into the right literature, because Ruth Chepngetich, she led from start to finish, though Sheila Chepkurui tried coming in very, very fast. But then it was all about the resilience she had, making sure that she tore the rest of the field apart. Okay, catch me if you can.
Greg, I'm finding your inconsistency in appreciating which race is the best. You keep moving your goal.
It's the beauty of athletics, you know. It's the beauty of athletics, because you look at whatever is happening, you're not sure. You were talking about Purity Chepkurui before the race began, because she was the clear favorite, and even forgot about Zena Jimutai, who came in third. Yeah.
And even as what you're talking about and the consistency, where we had Nyango, who was third all along and she couldn't make it to the tape. She finished 10th.
Kidogo, asante.
Yes, we are speaking to the President of Athletics Kenya, Lieutenant General Jack Tuwei. Today we are having the National Cross Country Championship. Maybe you could tell us about this particular championship, and we understand that the team is already in camp for the Bathurst on February 18th for the World Cross Country, but you could tell us about all this particular event today.
Okay, thank you very much. Today we are here at the Prison Staff Training College for the National Cross Country Championships. And we are very happy that the event is going on extremely well. All the regions of Athletics Kenya, and of course the institutions, that is KDF, National Police Service, Kenya Prison Service, and the universities are all here. And we also have other athletes from our neighboring countries, Uganda, Tanzania, and others. So we are very happy. You can see the weather is beautiful, although it's a little bit windy. But I think everything is nice. The organization is good. You can see the preparations have taken off very well, and so we are ready. We are ready for this. Now, of course, we selected our team for the World Cross Country Championships coming up on 18th of next month in Bathurst, Australia, and they are. So we also have got this one here, and it is a national event. We do it every year because all the regions have prepared well, and they were preparing for the national cross country. And this one is purely to come and see that
Yes.
Sawa hiyo. And do it a little. This was already in the calendar, and there's And teams here. National championships. And apart from that, we requested World Athletics to give us a chance to host certain events on qualification and ranking system. So this is one of those. This is one of those. More money because now it's at a different level. We want to from bronze, maybe as so the event. We want to select a team run during the Sirikwa cross country in Lobo Village, Eldoret, next as well, which is in the next 2 weeks. And that is also a different event completely, which where we invite quite a number of athletes to come and run, and they also get money. You see, we want to promote our athletes.
Merudi. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8.
We apologize for the technical hitch that happened. We are now back, and this is the senior men 10-kilometer race. Welcome aboard again. This is the Prison Staff Training College, and we are bringing you the live action for the National Cross Country Championships. And Wex have been talking to the Athletics Kenya President, retired General Jackson Tuwei, and of course, he's sharing very, very good news that close to 50 athletes from this event will take part at the Sirikwa Gold Label Marathon on 4th of February in Eldoret.
That's some great, fantastic news to have here, considering like it's a push to always have athletes get into different means of earning an income and adding to their pockets. Everyone is looking at their wallets and they've been empty for a minute, so anything that pops in there, so I'm guessing having more athletes feature in that one gives them a better setting. So looking at the men's 10-kilometer race where we're looking at the likes of, do you have a name that we can look at? Floating Jackson representing Silton, to have Kunga Panwell from Coast, looking at Joe Kenneth from Eastern. All these are people trying to secure victory. Gregor, we're not forgetting that this is the instance where people are being paid in USD.
Exactly, and we are talking about the likes of Alfred Barakach of Kenya Defence Forces. These are some of the athletes to watch out to in this 10-kilometer senior men's race. We have the likes of Edwin Bett. representing the Kenya Police Service, John Mwangi. We have Kemboi Kenneth. We have the likes of Kipiego Kennedy, Samuel Limo, Chepkon Aaron Kibet. These athletes, I think this is one of the races where you're not sure of whom to really call a favorite. And these are some of the races where a new name will come up. But then they know that after this, I got another race in 2 weeks' time, and I stand a chance to be paid the USD, as you said.
So, Greg, as I'm looking at this scenario, we have all this, it's a collate of athletes from all over the country. Do you have any foreign athletes in this particular round? I saw in the senior women, we had 2 foreigners participating. And this one for men, do you have any foreigners in it?
Exactly, and that is a question I asked retired General Jackson Tuwe, and he confirmed that it being a bronze label, they had to invite athletes from other countries. Of course, the Ugandan Kibet Samuel, and there is of course Sele Herman Vitalis of Tanzania, just to give it the feel of being a gold label event. And they're looking forward to having this graduate to a senior silver label and then a gold label eventually. And Kenya being one of the most respected countries in marathon, in cross country, in track, and of course athletics, they are looking forward to bigger things, and this is just the beginning of it. It being a bronze, and they have confirmed that there are athletes from other countries. Uganda, of course, we have the Samuel Kibet. They are in here to prove a point that this is a bronze label event that has attracted athletes from other countries. Of course, there are other athletes from the Democratic Republic of Congo who are also invited, 2 of them, and of course the Netherlands. We are also had an athlete from the Netherlands coming in. So the essence of that is
also encouraging, and also to note, Gregory, will be there's those independent athletes. You know, I like it when someone decides that I'm not an affiliate of
you run with the white flag.
The white flag, and you come and you may actually just emerge victorious. This all depending on your training. It's just that the other discipline forces, what it enables them is that they train as a team. They have facilities that gives them an edge compared to the others. So they know if I shadow Greg, I know his sprint goes like this, I know his kick is like this. So it's well set up. I wish to move to the touchline, or just to closer to where the action is, Greg. I wish to pick for you the top 3 so that we can have clearance to all the people who are listening to us to know who is leading, and there is someone maybe who's better, bet on a meal.
Exactly.
So I'm getting your lunch share. Do you wish we go into that direction?
Head on to the touchline as I take you through this. Alfred Barakach, of course, is the favorite to win this one, representing the Kenya Defence Forces in the 10 kilometers main race. And this is a field where you never know what to expect, because all these men athletes are, of course, almost at pedigree with each other, and it gives you some feeling that, of course, we are in for, let's say, a bigger race, and a tight one to say. For that matter, we have the likes of Kelvin Kiplagat representing the National Youth Service, Emase Peter, the Kenya Prison Service, a homeboy here, Matelong William, also representing the Prison Service. We have the Birgen Amos Kibet Samuel of Uganda, Mutisia Adrian running as an individual, and remember, close to 50 athletes will be chosen to represent themselves, not the country or anywhere else, at the Sirikwa Classic Marathon to be held in Eldoret in 2 weeks' time. As you await for the confirmations of who is holding which position. halfway through. It's the 10-kilometer senior men's race right here at the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru, just in the outskirts of Nairobi. In the 10-kilometer women race, of course, Ruth Chepngetich won in a time of 32 minutes 56 seconds, followed by Sheila Chepkurui. But on this one, we have the likes of Kibet Isaac. It's the North Rift team in the lead, with Charles Katui in the lead. Ruben Longosiwa and of course Asbel Kiprop, not the Asbel Kiprop, the 1500 meter specialist. This is the other Asbel Kiprop, is in third place as we head halfway into the 10 kilometers senior men's race. And Lokir Charles is representing North Rift, so is Ruben Pogisio, Longosiwa and Asbel Kiprop. Something that comes into place is that it's North Rift in position 1, 2, and 3. And of course, it's very interesting. Is it teamwork, tactical, or just a coincidence?
You're saying on how well they've set up. The guys, as we mentioned just slightly ahead, is that we talked about how well this guy is trained. To come as an independent and to go against these people is not an easy one, because the closest to the North Rift team is one person from KDF.
And talk about Charles Katul Lokir, a specialist in the 10,000 meters with an overall ranking of 141 globally. You look at his record. Has finished 12th at the Nitadai distance meet. So what comes out here is that it's not really a big name that he's in the lead, but someone who's better prepared for this one, because we are used to the big names taking the lead, just as we saw in the 10 kilometers women race. Here we are looking at an athlete who is just doesn't have that colorful CV and things that will impress you, but here is a chance for him, ensuring that we get something new, something unique. And I'm being told that Charity is on the other side, ready. Charity, if you can hear me.
We are here joined by Mr. John Ngugi, the 5-time cross-country champion. Mr. Ngugi, congratulations. Where have you been and what have you been up to since your retirement?
Thank you to invite me here today. I am proud to be one of the guests today. I was in Kenya, but I am proud to the athlete Kenya to invite us here and to come to see about of the before was Alana. Tuko na furaha sana kuona kama IK vile imetukaribisha hapa. Ni mzuri sana kwa kuona vile tulianzisha hii cross country. By the way, it is good for the young talent too, and the morale for the young talent.
Wapeleka kwa mwenzangu Tiren, tuambie mambo yako vipi upande ule mwingine. Boniface Tiren.
Bale ni Charles Kakuri anaongoza sasa. Charles Kakuri yuko mbele. Mambo hapa ni moto kweli kweli. Kusema kweli naona pia maraba wa polisi yuko pale mbele. Siwa pale. Hivyo ndio vile mambo yalivyo. Mambo yanalika, lakini sasa uko ngapi?
Basi hiyo yamezunguka na mhusika mwenyewe, lakini kama nilivyokuahidi Tiren
sasa kwa Kakuri yuko kati ya
Charles Kakuri there winning the 10 kilometers race, just beating Katul on the tape. I can tell you, not many expected this one. Lokir Charles Katul has really shown the rest of the world that actually it's not about the name, but how you can win a race tactically. And Willie Wex, we didn't realize that we also had the likes of Katul coming in, because you look at his record, he's not really that athlete, that colorful athlete, but he's made a statement from this race.
As you said earlier, this is not a race where it's a name, but it's tactical and how well you set it up. And looking back to what we discussed, the best team that has come from there is and will remain to be the North Bay team. Really, if this was actually
you know all what he did in that particular place. And this one I just want to remind you that 1997 we had a strategy.
for any setting is just how well do you execute it, how well do you get it right. So that is just all on us. And I'm actually very much impressed with the performance and looking forward to Gregor. We're going straight into the relays. Is there an upset that is there dominance that has been set over the years? Is there an upset that we should be expecting? This is the National Cross Country Championships, and for the last 3 hours, it's been action-packed, action upon action upon action. So, enjoying the performance that has been. Gregor, you want to take us through the win list?
Yes, and we have the winner, Lokir Charles Katul, winning in a time of 29 minutes 16 seconds. Kibet Isaac coming in second in a time of 29. Actually, they tied, and it was like a photo finish if we had a chance to review that. But then Kibet and Tanui finishing on 29.16. Kipngetich Dennis came in third, 29.23, with Asbel Kiprop of Northrift also coming in fourth place in a time of 29 minutes 27 seconds, as you can see on your screens. Kiprotich Josfat 29.29 coming in fifth place. Kipchirchir Shadrach 29.30 with Kiptop Brian 29.30 in position number 7. Peter Moniki finished in a time of 29 minutes 32 seconds in 8th place. So we've looked at these athletes. Longosiwa Ruben Pogisio, who was third at some point, finished in 10th place in a time of 29 minutes 35 seconds. But major surprises here, but the North Rift carrying the day. Interesting to have an athlete from Uganda also taking part in this one. But on your screens, the official results from the just ended 10-kilometer senior men's race. You are talking about. And as usual, we'll be handing you over to Charity Wanja to take us through the interviews.
I'm able to go.
Thank you.
Isaac.
Number 2 kwa race. Tactics zile kwa race ni kama wengine kama ile. Perhaps ni lap ngapi ndio ilikufanya uko na event game?
Nilikuja lap ya pili, nikienda naweza kuwa namba mzuri.
Yake imefika.
Nashukuru Mungu kama nitakuwa top 6.
Thank you very much. The results. Katul, just to take you, Charles Katul, Kir took the top podium in 16 seconds, followed by Isaac, second place in 29 minutes and 23 seconds. 27 seconds, followed by Jospat Kiprotich, who took then to place in 29 and 30. Remember, some of the who have finished top here at the National Cross Country Championships will be selected for the Sirikwa Cross Country and will continue training with their individual coaches at their places. And on the other side of the studio,
wanariadha wanaendelea kufika sasa kuonyesha shindano hili.
Thank you, Charity, for taking us through the interviews, talking to this group of talented athletes. And of course, we are down to the last event of the day, the relay event. That is the mixed relay event. And we have teams from the Kenya Defense Forces. We have Central Rift, Coast North Rift, Nyanza North, South Rift, Western, the universities, the National Youth Service, refugees, the National Prison Service. Those are the teams that will be taking part in the mixed relay.
Greg, I wish that for the person who's listening and person who's watching, and this is the first time they're encountering these mixed relays, would you take them through? Would you take them through on what this relay entails?
It's a team of 6, 3 ladies and 3 men, 3 women and 3 men, taking each representing their teams, and you go through one circuit, exchange with the other person as you move on. And this is one of the most interesting races that you'll ever want to see. Remember Mary Moraa back in the day in 2018 at the national, during the World Youth Championships at Kasarani, when she stunned Da Silva of Brazil in that mixed relay event that has always been the talk of the town when one wants to talk about mixed relays. I think it metamorphosized the relays, and right now we have the mixed relays where actually Kenya performs really, really well on the global stage. So just to take you through the teams, we have a team from Central Rift, Coast, North Rift, Nyanza North, the National Police Service, the National Prison Service. We also have Southern, South Rift, Western, the universities, the Kenya Defense Forces, and the refugees. So watch out for the Kenya Defense Forces, which has Judy Kieng. We have Jarinta Mawia, Charles Imoto, and Dennis Rono. For the National Police Service, we have Virginia Nyambura, Beatrice Chepkoech, Kirwa Godfrey, Ndiwa Kalistas, Chepkemoi Biti, Cheruiyot Timothy. Remember Timothy Cheruiyot, the former world champion, is also in this one. In Kenya prisons, we have Wangare Penaina, Kiprugut Boaz, Cherono Fancy, Keter Vincent, and Ruth Chepngetich. NYS, we have the likes of Naserian Margaret Masibo Naomi, Kaleke Victoria, Kiptanui Felix, Kibet Festus, and Kiprotich Vitalis. And for the refugees, of course, coming in, Ukuk Otobul, Ntaguga Kiruha Emmanuel, Lohalith Angelina Nadai, Tain Josephine Agostino. The mixed relay race will begin shortly, and just before the race, a very, very interesting event here. And
Kilometer under 20 men, Wajiru Samuel Kibali, Japan, Meiwa Simon Rodri, Narono Shadrack Rodri.
Yeah, asante sana. I want to thank Athletics Kenya for inviting me for this
wonderful national cross country to run with the Kenyan champions. This is my 5th time joining the national cross country, and I always finish last, but I finished the course, and I'm happy to run with the champions at the home of champions. What is my experience in Kenya? Oh, I've been flying to. I'm a pilot, and that's my real profession, but I love running, and I'm fortunate enough to frequently visit Kenya and sometimes even train with the champions. But of course I'm only an amateur Mzungu, but it's great to be in the greatest running country in the world. Yeah, definitely. My scheduler, who plans my trips, he planned a trip for me to be here at the right time. So I've actually flown the airplane myself to Kenya. Last Wednesday I flew from Johannesburg and then to Harare and then touched down in Nairobi. Cross country. So I run and I fly. Asante sana.
Uwezo wao bila shaka wamejiandaa ya shughuli nzima. Kwako mtangazaji mwenza.
Basi bila shaka wenzangu wanariadha hawa wakifika hapa katika start line wanapangwa kulingana na basi na kuweza kukamilika. Iko sawa, iko sawa. Sio gani hii? Tulete mzungu. Sasa unafanya interview unauliza? Sawa. Unanipea glucose.
Kipleting won the men's race, with the women race being won by Sheila Chelangat, Daisy Jerotich, Ruth Chepngetich, who won apparently this one. She was 3rd last year. She won this one today. Agnes Kibet and Evelyn Chipchirchir winning, finishing 5th in the women 10 kilometers race. That is the 2021 edition that was won by Sheila Chelangat. Ruth Chepngetich finished 3rd in that event, and right now she's the new and the current national champion over the 10 kilometers race. In the mixed relay, Helen Obiri anchored her Kenya Defence Force team to victory, and will be looking forward to see if they can retain the title with the likes of Judy Kieng, or someone else gonna take it. And remember, the World Athletics Council confirmed that the competition format for the cross-country event will be included at the Paris Olympics in 2024. So for the first time, we'll have the cross-country at the Olympics, and of course, the mixed relay has started, and you can see all these athletes representing different clubs and regions battling it out, and that is the National Police Service in the lead currently. So for the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, there will be a mixed team relay for 15 countries. Each team will be composed of 2 men and 2 women. Each member of the team will run 2 legs of 2.5 of the 2.5 kilometer course, alternating between a male and female athletes, as each athlete completes the 2.5 kilometers course and hands over to a teammate. The World Athletics will meet in with the Paris 2024 Olympic Organizing Committee in the near future to work out the further details of the proposal. But be rest assured, we are almost there. For next year's Olympics, we'll have a cross-country event, wrapping it all, as the first batch of athletes take us through the first loop of the cross-country. Heading into this event, we had national build-up series across the country, with Machakos holding the first on 15th of October. Then the athletes trickle down to Kapsokon, Sotik, Olkalai, Iten for the trials, with other regions also joining in a total of 9 events. After that, the national event, we had the second edition. After this, we'll have the second edition of the Sirikwa Classic, formerly known as the Agnes Tirop Memorial Cross Country Tour, that will be held in Eldoret on 4th of February. If you're joining us, remember we are live from the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru, bringing you the National Athletic Cross Country Championships, and we are live on Athletics Kenya TV, both on YouTube and Facebook. This is a one-day event that has going on now is the mixed relay, and of course the defending champions KDF will be looking forward to retaining the title. KDF has Judy Kieng, Jarinta Mawia, Charles Simoto, and Dennis Rono. The NPS, the National Police Service, Nyambura Virginia, Chepkoech Beatrice, Kirwa Godfrey, Ndiwa Kalistas, Chepkemoi Betty, and Timothy Cheriot. There's Wangare Penina from the National Prison Service, Kiprogut Boaz, Cherono Fancy, Keter Vincent, and Chepngenti Ruth representing the prison service. For South Rift, you have Kipkuri Victor, Kiprotich Amos, Wambui Lucindi Orangu, Chepkemoi Brenda, Cheriot Colstein, and Faith Chepkoech. If you're joining us, remember we are live from the Prison Staff Training College. KDF, the defending champions of the mixed relays. This will be tough because KDF, Prison Service, National Police, the 3 favorites to win this one, Willie.
As you say, all these are favorites to win it, but like at the end of the day, who has the deeper push, who has the endurance? So because your teammate may have it, but you may lack it. So that comes the catch. So do you push or do you try and maintain? If you're given the baton first, what do you do? As you, Greg, do you try and maintain the pace? Do you want to stretch it out? Those are some of the tactical scenarios that people have to think about going into this one. So the Central Rift are taking lead in this now going into this phase. I'm guessing this is now must be as you know, KDF has taken this. Don't forget this is a mixed relay. And Greg, does it have the rules whereby all men go together, then the ladies go together, or is it that the rules are relative? Greg, do they go male, women, men, women, men, women, men, or is it whichever works?
Whichever works is best for either teams, because you can find that there's a strong athlete from either gender, and for this I think it will be all about who does what at what. And I can see Coach Tiren is here looking at these athletes. I know he'll be preparing later on for the All Africa Games. A couple of events coming up this year. There's the Youth Games. There's also the World Athletics Championships later on in Budapest, Hungary. Yeah, those are some of the events we are looking forward to later on this year. But one thing I picked from the discussion, rather the interview we had with Athletics Kenya President, retired General Jackson Tuwei, was that if you are not going to perform in the road races and the cross countries, then it will be very difficult for you to do something substantial with your season, because this is like a pre-season to many athletes in that they prepare. If you have a good cross country, let's say in any of the circuits, then it gives you the morale to tackle the season well, because ultimately after the World Cross Country Championships, nobody will be running the cross country, but everyone will go back to the marathons and the road races and of course the track. Yeah, so this is it. This is where you test your endurance. This is where you find your fitness. This is where you find your resilience. And of course, if you perform well here, then who knows, individually or even as a team, you are in for something. And of course, I'll be handing over to Charity with the World 800 meters champion, world record holder, sorry for that, World 800 meters record holder, David Rudisha. Over to you, Charity.
How have you been? And what's up? Tuambie, umekuwa wapi? Kwanza pole sana kwa ajali ya ndege. Have you recovered? How is everything?
Yeah, I'm doing quite good. Yes, of course I haven't been seen for quite a long time now on the track, but I'm doing great. You know, God is good, and you know, we are working for the sport. Where we have been in the sport administration, and that is the direction we are moving in now.
Let me ask you, have you officially retired from active athletics?
No, I haven't officially retired because I haven't made any announcement so far. So I'm still an athlete until I make that announcement that I've retired professionally. Yes.
Perhaps what do you expect from you this season or the next one?
Right now I'm just taking things easy, you know, after all the challenges, you know, I went through during my career, and I'm making some other decisions right now on how to move forward in same direction, but maybe in different responsibilities.
And how are you enjoying country so far? How is the new course for you?
Well, cross country is more fun, you know. It's really amazing, you know, whenever we see these athletes, the way they have prepared themselves, you know, competing here and showing their physical fitness, and it's always fun because sports is about entertainment, and you know, they're giving us a very good show, and it's amazing to see that the sport is still going strong, especially in our country, and this is what we really encourage the youth to engage themselves in.
Perhaps a word on doping. What is your take on the effects so far in the country?
Well, it's very disappointing, you know, because there's a number of so many athletes now. To have planned successfully for many years, who have made this country proud. I think we want to really say no to doping, and this is a menace that should stop, because this is not debatable, and we are not happy, and we are not taking it lightly for those who are doping, because they are ruining our sport, and these are the people who are not supposed to be in our sports arena. So we are telling them that if you know you are doping, you have got no chance, and I'm also everyone encouraging the athletes not to engage themselves in touch fights, because the government is very strict also, and it is going to be taken as an offense, and very soon we are action for those who are engaging themselves in doping activity.
Thank you so much.
Prisons.
KDF in the lead there. Remember that the defending champions. Central in second place. Prisons, the home team, are in third, with National Police Service in second place. Timothy Cheruiyot, representing National Police Service, is currently in second place, just behind the KDF team in the mixed relays team. We've been talking to David Rudisha, the world 800 meters record holder, and he's shared his insights about this event and, of course, what he's doing with his life right here in Nairobi. Remember, double Olympic champion, former world champion, and of course, he is the guy who made sure that the long-standing world record held by Wilson Kipketer of Denmark was shoved away when he did that magic in London in 2012. That is David Rudisha, the world 800 meters world record holder. We are back on the course, and this is the mixed relay. I can see Prisons trying really hard to ensure that they stay within the leading pack. Of course, KDF, who are the defending champions, are still in the lead there. Central in third place. This is very, very interesting. Timothy Cheruiyot from the National Prison Service is in the fray. Timothy Cheruiyot, former world champion over the 1500 meters. Timothy Cheruiyot representing Kenya Prisons, of course, with a very, very rich history over the 1500 meters, gold medalist at the 2019 World Championship Games in Qatar, 2017 finished first in the Diamond League, 4 times winner of the Diamond Leagues over the distance, in 2018 winning the silver in the 1500 meters Commonwealth Games at the Gold Coast, and doing the same at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Remember, last in the 2020 Olympics, he won silver just behind Jakob Ingebrigtsen of the Norway. That is Timothy Cheruiyot, currently leading the Prisons team in this mixed relay race. Prison 1, KDF 2, Central, in that order. And just for information, the first weekend meet of the track events will be held in Mumias and not Kakamega as earlier planned. If you're joining us, remember this is the National Cross Country Championships ongoing at the Prison Staff Training College. Central have overtaken the Prisons in this one. Prison are now second. Told you this will be a very, very difficult race. And that is South Rift instead. It is South Rift who've taken the lead just ahead of Prisons, and KDF in third place. It's Ruth Chepngetich, who just participated in the 10-kilometer senior women race, is now the one leading charge for the Prison team. And of course, she's overtaken the lady from North Rift. And look at Ruth Chepngetich. I can tell you that she is psyched up for this. And look, you can hear the cheers and the roars from the crowd here at the Prison Training College in Ruiru. Ruth Chepngetich of Prisons taking the lead once more. They had already fallen into second place, but right now Ruth Chepngetich has ensured that the Prison team don't want to lose this title, especially at home. KDF falling back a little bit, but now it is Prison leading the pack with I'll throw a dice on Willie Wex and ask him, did you expect KDF to fall that behind? Because right now it's Ruth Chepngetich once again leading the Prison team.
The last, no. This is first and foremost, just for clarity, this is the last loop we're going. Ruth Chepngetich, that's a seasoned athlete, but like bro, she just did a whole 10 km, and right now she's been given a 2 km just as a saucer to just finish it off. But not surprised on KDF falling off, but I'm not looking at them going out of the podium because they were third, now they're second. So it's who's representing KDF going against Ruth? Because that's, you remember when Ruth was finishing, Sheila really gave a push in the last 300 meters of their race. So this is the KDF team. Let's wait and see going into the last kilometer.
Judy Kieng, Jacinta Mawia, Charles Simotu, and Dennis Rono have been representing the KDF team. But then you look at Ruth Chepngetich. This is a double Chicago Marathon champion, 2022, 2021, winning back-to-back titles in Chicago in 2019. She also participated at the Valencia Marathon. So this is an athlete that is seasoned, and she knows exactly what to do and when to do. Looking at, she was the 2019 World Marathon champion, and she did it in a hot and humid condition in Doha, Qatar. And in 2020 she won the London, she came third in the London Marathon before winning back-to-back titles in the Chicago Marathon. That is on 2021 and 2022. In 2018, of course, she won silver in the Valencia Marathon. So Ruth Chepngetich, just a few hours after winning the 10-kilometer senior women race, she's back leading the Prison's charge towards winning the mixed relay at the National Cross Country Championships. Let's wait and see if she can hold on to the lead, because she's like 10 meters ahead of her competitor, and she's being cheered on by her staff mates here at the Prison Staff Training College. Remember, all this good work was done via teamwork from every quarter of the prison department. Timothy Cheruyet making sure that this almost became a perfect start and finish for the Prison team. If you're joining us, remember this is the last event of the day here at the National Cross Country Championships being held in Ruiru, and you can see Ruth Chepngetich being cheered on. Remember, this is the last loop of this event. Ruth Chepngetich still leading this one, and everyone cheering her. You can see the prison flags flying high on the course. KDF also trying really hard to stay within the podium. And this is the excitement that comes with athletics, especially the national events. And you can see everyone is psyched up for this one. Ruth Chepngetich in the lead. I can imagine how many flags are flying high as Ruth Chepngetich comes onto the home stretch. She's going to take this one home. Her second win of the day. Ruth Chepngetich coming home, and it's going to be really tight, this one. KDF coming in also closely, but then Ruth Chepngetich will hang on there. Let's see if this... And that is the winner. Ruth Chepngetich just beating KDF on the tape. Wow. National Police coming in third, but then Ruth Chepngetich leading the rest of the prison department to claim the mixed relay and wrestle it from KDF, who are the winners from the past event.
Greg, that was a cracker. That was a cracker of a race. This was a finale which had a relay pitting Kenya Prison Service, Kenya Defense Forces, National Police Service. There's a Central Rift team, there's a South Rift team, there was a Universities team, but it all came down to the last 200 meters where the one and only Ruth decided to cap up her already stellar status. And you can see the three flags right there for you add plus the administration police. It's been a great race. Greg, I'm sure you're short of breath, you're short of saliva in your mouth. You've pushed. This has been a 12 km of intriguing run. What's your feedback regarding what you've just watched?
I can tell you that these are back-to-back events that I've attended here at the Ruiru Prison Staff Training College, and I can confidently tell you that Kenyan Athletics is back. Despite the hiccups that have been there in the recent part, but this one just shows you that Kenyan Athletics is back. You can see Ruth Chepngetich. By no fluke, she is a double Chicago Marathon champion, the reigning champion, the former world champion from the 2019 Doha Games, and of course, a London Marathon silver medalist. So this is an event that has brought the best out of the best. And for me, being part of the team that has brought this live, to me, it's really, I'm really proud to see the Kenyan athletes really psyched up for the 2023. When we'll have the World Championships, a year when we shall have the All Africa Games, all these events coming up. And of course, seeing Ruth Chepngetich under 1 hour, running 2 races and winning all of them, it's really, really special.
Greg, as we wind up this production today, it's looking back at the races that have been. We had the 6 kilometer, the under 20 championship. We had the 8 kilometer for men. Then we had the 10 kilometer. This is the seniors 10 kilometers, and then we had the men's 10 kilometer seniors, and then we had, to cap it all up, we had the medley relay, which put all the athletes going hard on each other. This was such an amazing race. Greg, the highlights that we've picked up from today, we had from the first race coming this week. Is your highlight going to be Ruth Chepngetich, or what's going to be your highlight? Because I'm seeing that she's given you the biggest smile through this. We're not yet even in the afternoon, through this mid-morning. Greg, what's your feedback from this one?
Of course, it is the PM because we are just a few minutes short of 1 p.m. East Africa time. It's been a great day of athletics here at the National Prisons Training College here in Ruiru. And of course, you talked about Ruth Chepngetich winning the individual women race in the 10 kilometers, and of course, capping it up with the relays. Timothy Cheruiyot, happy to see him back, the 2019 world champion over the 1500 meters, and you could see every smile from the prison wardens, the staff, the fans, and everyone who attended this event. It's been very great to see comebacks from several athletes, and of course the dignitaries on the other side. Of course, we'll be thinking about the Sirikwa Gold Label Marathon happening in Eldoret at the Lobo Village Resort. That's happening on 4th of February. So make sure that you make a date with us, because we'll be there live bringing you all this action. But for now, it's all about the mini launch of the Sirikwa Marathon that will be happening in 2 weeks' time. It's happening on the other side. We'll be having the team to represent the country being named on the other side. And of course, before we head there, Charity will be giving us a few interviews and telling us what's happening on the other side. From us, it's bye-bye.
Cheers, guys.
Ruth, congratulations. This is your second victory today. Kukimbia mixed relay kwako, imekuwa vipi?
Iko rahisi. Imekuwa tu ngumu, but nimejitahidi, and I thank God for the win again for the second time. Yeah.
Yaani umeamua KDF lazima uwatoe ushindi yezi toka nyumbani.
Unajua hapa tulikuwa host, so sikuwa nataka ni let down nyumbani. Yeah.
All the best. Congratulations. Aha. That's the Boston Marathon. The marathoner Ruth Chepngetich has anchored our team, the prison service, for a second victory in the mixed release. From here, we are saying it's a thank you under men and the under 20 category. The categories men and women. All the we wish to join you again during the series country from here at the Ruiru train. Wait, bwana.
Yes.
Tony, utashika presentation pale. Sasa aende hapo straight hivi. Utazona hapo. Ingia hapo kwa hiyo nini? Alafu ile jamaa mbele ya tent tujipite hapo ndio upate straight. Bila ashike speeches. Bana, kwa hiyo speaker hiyo. Bana enda ile speaker. Bana kwa hiyo speaker.
Basi washindi wanahitajika mara moja. This is the final call. 10 kilometer. Wapi Ruth Chemngetich Prisons? Ruth Chemngetich aje mara moja. Chemngetich. Sheila Chepkurui, Kenya Defence Forces wanahitajika. Na Dorcas Cherop, Nairobi. Kilomita 10. Washindi wa 6 kilometer 20. Sang Mercy University, Chepkurui Miriam South Rift na Chemutai Miriam South Rift. Team manager tafadhali South Rift waje hapa karibu na sehemu ya kumaliza. 8 kilometer under 20 men. Wanjiru Samuel Kibadhi, Wanjiru Kibadhi kutoka Japan. Meiwa Simon North Rift na Rono Shadrack South Rift. Team manager Prisons, team manager KDF, kama watu wako hawajafika basi itabidi nyinyi wenyewe mfike hapa mara moja. Team manager tafadhali, KDF na Prisons na Nairobi pia. Haitafika. Wewe. Hapa ni nje. Hii weekend ndio nyingine ya hii weekend ndio sports club. Na after next weekend ile ndio ulipa lake. Huko. Ile nyingine tunarudi Nairobi. So kuna logo alafu Nairobi ile nyingine. Pia Nairobi ni kwa ni nyayo. Basi washindi kilomita 6 iwa kilomita 6 kwa wasichana. Basi mgeni wetu rasmi, kwa sasa tuko tayari kuanza kipindi cha kuwapa zawadi washindi, na tutaanza na kilomita 6 kwa upande wasichana chini ya umri wa miaka 20. Nafasi ya kwanza Sang Mercy University, nafasi ya pili Chepkurui Miriam South Rift, na nafasi ya tatu ni Chemutai Miriam. Waweze kupanda jukwaa sasa. Waende kwa jukwaa. Waelekee kwa jukwaa. Basi nafasi ya tatu Chemutai Miriam kutoka South Rift, panda jukwaa. Nafasi ya tatu. Nafasi ya pili Chepkurui Miriam kutoka South Rift, na mshindi alikuwa Mercy Sang kutoka vyuo vikuu ama public university. Kuwakabidhi nishani zao, tutakuomba kwa heshima Luteni Kanali Paul Target ambaye ni President wa National Olympic Committee of Kenya, kwa heshima yako ukubali kuwakabidhi washindi zawadi, ukisindikizwa kwenye jukwaa la zawadi na Senior Vice President wa Athletics Kenya
Bwana Paul Mutui. Basi kuwakabidhi zawadi ni Luteni Kanali Paul Targat ambaye ni President wa National Olympic Committee of Kenya. Thank you sir. Nakushukuru kabisa kuweza kuwapatia washindi zawadi. Tumpigeni makofi President wetu wa National Olympic Committee of Kenya, Luteni Kanali Paul Targat, kuweza kuwapa washindi zawadi.
Channel 8, Channel 8. 1080 P50. P50.
8 kilometer under 20 men. 8 kilometer under 20 men. Wanjiru Samuel Kibadi, Japan. Nafasi ya pili Meiwa Simon Northridge. Nafasi ya tatu Rono Shadrack Southridge. Washindi wa 10 kilomita tafadhali. Washindi wa 8 kilomita tafadhali. Nafasi ya kwanza Wanjiru Samuel Kibadi, nafasi ya pili Meiwa Simon Northridge, na nafasi ya tatu Rono Shadrack Southridge. Kilomita senior women pia wawe tayari kuwakabidhi washindi zawadi. Tutakuomba kwa heshima Commissioner General of Prisons Brigadier Retired John Warioba, kwa heshima yako ukubali kuwakabidhi washindi zawadi ukisindikizwa na Barnabas Koril, mwenyekiti wa chama cha riadha katika jimbo la Nairobi, na vile vile ambaye anasimamia kitengo cha wale youth katika chama cha riadha nchini, na vile vile ni executive member wa chama cha riadha nchini. Karibu sana. Nafasi ya tatu Rono Shadrack Southridge. Nafasi ya pili ni Meiwa Simon Northridge. Pigeni makofi. Na mshindi mwaka huu si mwingine ni Wanjiru Samuel Kibadi kutoka Japan. Pigeni makofi. Tunakushukuru sana kwa kukubali kuwapa washindi zawadi. Basi huyo si mwingine ni Commissioner General of Prisons ambaye ndiye ameweza kuwakabidhi washindi zawadi, washindi wa kilomita 8 kwa under 20. Kumbuka Prisons wameweza kuhost mashindano makubwa mawili, National Cross Country na Trials. Thank you sir kwa kupeana zawadi. 10 km senior women, nafasi ya kwanza Ruth Kiemgetich Prisons, nafasi ya pili Sheila Chepkurui Kenya Defence Forces, na nafasi ya tatu Cherop Dorcas Nairobi. Basi waweze kuelekea kwenye sehemu ya zawadi. Basi kuwakabidhi washindi zawadi, tutakuomba kwa heshima Director of Sports katika Ministry of Sports, Bwana Gitonga, kwa heshima yako kubali kuwakabidhi washindi zawadi, ukisindikizwa kwenye jukwaa la zawadi na Madam Catherine Dereba ambaye ni Catherine Dereba ambaye ni Deputy Commissioner of Prisons ambaye pia ni Sports Coordinator Kenya Prison Service. Nafasi ya 3 ni Cherop Dorcas Nairobi upande jukwaa. Nafasi ya 2 ni Chikurui Sheila Kenya Defence Forces. Na nafasi ya kwanza ni Ruth Chemgetich. Kumbuka hawa washindi, mshindi atapewa $1000, mshindi atapewa $1000. Pigeni makofi. Nafasi ya 2 atapewa $800 na nafasi ya 3 atapewa $700 na zawadi zitateremka hadi nafasi ya 12 ambaye atapewa $200. Wapigeni makofi jamani washindi hao. Na huyo Ruth Mgetich wa magereza akiwa mshindi katika kilomita hiyo 10.
Yes, as the prize money that will be given, it applies also to the under 20. The amount of money that will get under 20 will be $400 for the winner, $300 for the second, the third $250, number 8 $200, all the way to number 8 $200. So everybody will get something out of this. The reason why the prizes have been given is because this event is created as an international cross country series, bronze. The other one we are going to is called, this is bronze. So it's not only national event, it is also an international event. That is why the prize money is going to be paid in dollars, but it will only be paid after doping results have come out. It applies to all the categories up to the relay.
Ten kilometer senior men, Lokoril Charles Katui, Kibet Isaac, Kimngetich Dennis waje kwa zawadi. Washindi wa kilomita 10 senior men, Lokoril Charles Kitui, Kibet Isaac na Kimngetich Dennis waje mara moja kwa zawadi.
Kama hawako team managers tafadhali wa hawa wanariadha, team managers waweze kuja kuchukua zawadi.
Kilometer senior men, 10 kilometer senior men waje mara moja kwa zawadi. Mixed relay 1 2 3 mixed relay. Washindi wa kilomita 10 kwa upande wa wanaume, Lekoril Charles Katul North Rift, Kibet Isaac Western na Kimngetich Dennis North Rift waelekee kwa zawadi. Waelekee kwa zawadi. Basi kama mwanariadha yuko katika doping, basi team managers uweze kuingia. Team manager, ili tuweze kumaliza hiyo kipindi ya zawadi. Thank you team managers. Fahamisha wanariadha wako katika ile kitengo cha doping. Wajua mashindano haya ni ya kitaifa na vile vile World Athletics bronze medal. Basi nafasi ya kuwakabidhi washindi zawadi, tutakuomba kwa heshima. Madam Dr. Joan Mwaura, CEO Lotto, ukisindikizwa na Dr. Dorina Adhiambo, CEO Sports Academy. Kwa hivyo tunakuomba kwa heshima, mdhamini wetu wa mbio hizi za nyika Dr. Joan Mwaura ambaye ni CEO Lotto. Nafasi ya 3 katika 10 km senior men, Kimngetich Dennis North Rift, team manager North Rift ama Kimngetich Dennis, upande jukwaa namba 3. Nafasi ya pili ni Kibet Isaac kutoka Western, team manager Western. Jamani, wapigieni makofi. Safari hapa ilikuwa ngumu sana, na washindi si wengine ni Lokoril Charles Kotul North Rift, ndio walikuwa washindi wa kilomita 10 kutoka North Rift. Tunakushukuru kabisa Madam Dr. Joan Mwaura, CEO Lotto, na vile vile Dr. Doreen Adhiambo, CEO Sports Academy. Mixed relay. Tunakushukuru kabisa Madam Joan Mwaura kwa kuweza kuwakabidhi washindi zawadi. Asante sana bendi yetu. Thank you bendi yetu. Sasa tunataka kuanza kipindi cha mwisho kwa zawadi. Tunaomba timu za mixed relay, timu ya prisons, team manager timu ya prisons, KDF na National Police Service waje mara moja. Team manager wanapatikana mara moja ama coach. Team manager prisons, KDF na National Police Service waje mara moja. Alafu pia washindi wa 6 km teams kwa women, South Rift, North Rift na Central Rift. 8 km under 20 men, North Rift, South Rift, Central Rift. Na vile vile 10 km senior men, North Rift, Kenya Police, Kenya Defence Forces waje mara moja. Gideon Chirchir tafadhali, kama uko karibu tumalizane mara moja. Prisons, KDF ama team manager. Team manager afande Tojo, tumalizane. Afande tafadhali tumalize hii. Mixed relay, prisons, KDF, National Police Service. Basi mixed relay, timu ambazo zinaenda huko ni timu ambazo zimeweza kupata nafasi 3 bora. Kwa sasa tutakuomba kwa heshima mgeni wetu rasmi Madam Mary Mudhoni PS, tunakuomba kwa heshima uweze kubali kwa kabidhi washindi zawadi ukisindikizwa na rais wa chama cha riadha nchini Lieutenant General retired Jackson Tuwei. Basi timu ya 3 National Police Service wapande jukwaa, nafasi ya 3, timu ya 3 mixed relay. Napewa zawadi. Timu ya pili ni timu ya Kenya Defence Forces. Kenya Defence Forces. Na washindi ni Prison Service, Kenya Prison Service. Wapigeni makofi washindi wa relay. Na zawadi kwa mixed relay ni $1,200, $800, $430. Washindi katika relay $1,200, $800, $430. Six kilometer under 20 women, South Rift, North Rift, Central Rift. Tunakuomba mgeni wetu, bado utakabidhi wale wengine zawadi. Wapi South Rift, North Rift, Central Rift? Number 1 South Rift, number 2 North Rift, number 3 Central Rift. Tunakuomba North Rift number 1, South Rift number 2, Central Rift number 3. Wanajijua? Haya. Basi timu ndio hizo. Haya, 10 km senior men, North Rift, Kenya Police, Kenya Defence Forces. Waje mara moja. Wajitayarishe. Nafasi ya 3 ni timu ya Central Rift. Walikuwa na alama 62. Nafasi ya 2 katika shindano hiyo ya under 28 km ni South Rift na alama 54. Na washindi ni timu ya North Rift wakiwa na alama 23. Wapigeni makofi. Washindi wa 10 km. Wapi North Rift? South Rift, Kenya Police Service, National Police Service na Kenya Defence Forces. National Police Service. National Police Service. Wapi National Police Service? Bado tunakuomba mgeni wetu wakabidhi 10 km senior men. North Rift nafasi ya kwanza, namba 2 Kenya Police, National Police Service, nafasi ya 3 Kenya Defence Forces. Hiyo ni 10 km senior men. Kilometer senior women. Senior women. Nafasi ya 3. Nafasi ya 3 ni Kenya Defence Forces. Nafasi ya 2 katika kilomita 10 senior men ni National Police Service. Na washindi mwaka huu katika senior 10 km senior men ni North Rift. Wapigeni makofi North Rift. Senior women. Kilometers senior women. Washindi Kenya Police Service, Kenya Defence Forces na North Rift. Wabaki hapo hapo North Rift. Kenya Police Service, Kenya National Police Service wako wapi? Kenya Defence Forces na North Rift waje mara moja kwa zawadi. Bado tunakuomba madam uweze kupeana zawadi. Zimebaki 2 madam. Sorry kwa kuweka hapo. Okay, now let's move. National Police Service namba 1, namba 2 Kenya Defence Forces, namba 3 North Rift waende mara moja. Basi nafasi hiyo, nafasi ya 3 North Rift, wapigeni makofi, alama 41. North Rift, pigeni makofi. Nafasi ya pili 10 km senior women Kenya Defence Forces, alama 40. Wapigeni makofi.
Loto CEO Dr. Joan Maura, National Olympic Committee President Dr. Paul Tergat, Director of Sports for the Ministry of Sports, Mr. Chapson Kitonga, all protocol observed. The ceremony we are going to do now is concerning the International Cross Country Series called Sirikwa Cross Country. Last year it was named Agnes Tirop, but the name has already been changed. So this process is concerning the organization of the event, which is coming on the 4th of February. Today we had the opportunity to select the team that will also take part during that time. We are taking 50 athletes from every category from today so that they can compete for the honors. There is quite a number of good prizes there because it is an international event, Madam PS. I take this opportunity now to call the director of the meet, Ibrahim Hussein, assisted by Patrick Sang, Mr. Tanui, Elizabeth Keitanj, Kitilit. We have also Sang from that LOC committee. I would like the director to, so that he can take over from here and also tell us exactly what he's doing in that area. Karibu Bwana Ibrahim Hussein.
Thank you very much, Barnum. Madam PS, General Tuwei, the President of Athletics Kenya, Brigadier Arioba, Dr. Maura from Loto, Colonel Tergat, who is cross-country. Thank you very much. I think let me take this opportunity to thank you for giving us an opportunity to come and do a mini launch. This one is a mini launch. I think we are going to have a major launch on the ground. So we are here to do that mini launch of the cross country. I was going to talk a lot about the cross country, but looking at the participants and the people who have come here, they all understand what a cross country is. Cross country, Madam PS, is an event which is run on natural terrain. You can see in front of you, it's an event which is run in natural terrain, and because of the innovations, some artificial things have been added, like artificial obstacles, artificial hills, to make it exciting. And with my team here, we are very grateful that we have been given that event through the efforts of Athletics Kenya and the government of Kenya. We are hosting the second edition. The first edition was done last year, and it was called Agnes Tirop. I think the name was, the reason why the name Agnes Tirop was put there is to honor the legends. And you remember Agnes Tirop ran cross country and she was a champion. So this year is a little bit, the name has been changed. It's called Sirikwa, and also it's a legend name. I don't want to dwell into the meaning of that name because I know, do your research, and I think during the main launch, the President of Athletics Kenya is going to give us a detail what Sirikwa. But the little I know, Mr. President, is that Sirikwa is claimed by so many people. The Kalenjin are claiming Siriko, the Maasais are claiming to be Sirikos, the Merus, the Kikuyu, and the Papilia. These are people who occupied that area, and it's a legendary name, so we are claiming it. The East. Oh, okay, I'm back. The history of the cross country, Mr. President and the guest of honor, is that one time the cross country was run in the Olympics. The Olympics of 1912, Olympics of 1920 and 24, there was cross country. But somewhere there, because of the 1924 cross country, where they had 38 participants, only 15 finished. And those 15, the 15 which finished, they had problems. 2 athletes died in that event. So many of them were unconscious. So they decided to scrap cross country. I think they are talked to bring it back, and then World Athletics took over. When they took over, cross country is really with us. It has assisted a lot of our athletes, and this is why we value cross country. We really value cross country, and we are lucky today because in front of us, Mr. President, our guest of honor, we have 2 guys who won 10 straight cross countries. Tergat won 5. Maybe Tergat stand a little. He won 5. And there's Ngugi, the great John Ngugi. He also won 5. So between these 2 guys, they are 10. There was somebody called Segei who came between them. So you can see cross country is really with us. And we are really honored to be given to host the golden edition. So I don't want to talk much. With me, I have a very strong team. You can see very good organizers. Most of them were former athletes. And Patrick Sang is Barnaba College, an accomplished organizer. There is a top coach, also the senior vice president of Athletics Kenya, a very good secretary called Kennedy Tandoi. And this other gentleman is not only here helping us as our local official, but is a delegate, a technical delegate sent by World Athletics, Mr. Chamberlain. So he's assisting us. I believe we are going to be given the 3rd one next year. The evaluation which was done last year, I think we passed the evaluation, and this is why we are hosting this one this year. There are some who are shy. Our guest of honor, called Jimmy. There's Jimmy Star. He's a little bit shy, but he's very innovative. There is another one called Lenny. Lenny, come up, kuja to the front, because I think this guy is so innovative. Come, Jimmy. Lenny. They are very innovative. They make the cross country very interesting, and without them, thank you very much. I want to thank you very much. So with those very many of few remarks. Oh, this. Oh, sorry. 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 You know, we have the LOC. You have said the LOC. I'm the chairman here of the LOC, and this is my team. The team from Washigishu. There's Boit. There's Tekla. There's Chairman Sanga from Nandi, Kitimit from Baringo, a lady who won a lot of steeplechase, and also an executive member of Athletics Kenya, Chemos. And then there's the iron lady there, Elizabeth, who is very useful. Thank you very much. I think I'll get it back to Barnaba. Thank you very much, Director Ibrahim Hussein. I think we take it back now to Kimeto, so that you can take us from there. Where is the Kimeto?
Thank you very much, Director Youth Development, Athletics Kenya. I think they deserve a clap for this wonderful presentation in terms of launching this Rico Classic World Cross Country Tour. Guest of honor, now allow me that we are joined by now going to the part of the speeches so that we can be able to move forward. And with your permission, I would like to call upon the Chairman Prisons, Mr. Maswai, aweze kuja kuweza make his remarks, and then we can be able to move forward. Mr. Maswai.
Thank you, Mr. Kimeto. Our Principal Secretary, State Department for Correctional Services, Madam Mary Mutomi, AK President, the retired Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Brigadier Retired John Warioba, President of NOC, Lieutenant Colonel, our sponsors, all our guests today, on behalf of the local organizing committee, we say thank you for having found time to be with us today and for participating in this event. Madam, we want to thank you very much for accepting that we use this field. For a participant, this is not only a field but it's a racing field, and by allowing us to use it, we have destroyed substantial amount of pasture which is used by our animals. For our Commissioner General, sir, we want to thank you very much for giving us time out of our various stations. We came here to organize this field and you supported us. The machineries and the trucks that we use, you gave us free of charge. We want to thank you, sir, for the support that you give us. For the team from AK, we say thank you for honoring us. It was a great honor for us to host this event here for the first time. We had have it for the second time. This time we had the trials here. For all those guests, regional chairman, it was not possible without you. Your teams were here yesterday on time. The teams were organized, and we have not had any problem with anybody. As you go back, pass our regards to those who left it behind. With those few remarks, I want to call upon Mr. Kimeto to continue the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maswai. We still continue appreciating you plus your AK Prisons team for this wonderful event which we have witnessed today. Now we'll move forward, and I would like to invite the Lotto CEO, Dr. Joan Mwaura, to be able to come to make her remarks. Dr. Joan.
Madam Pierce, the Executive Committee for AK, legendary athletes that we have, members of the state, good afternoon. For us, it's a great honor for us to be here today. We've been supporters of the cross country for the last 7 years, and it's one of the greatest events that we have, because I have seen the transition for the athletes that we started with from 2016, who have even transitioned from juniors to seniors. It's a great event where we get to nurture from a grassroots level to a national level, and we're here today to celebrate that. Today is a national cross country, and the team that will be chosen today will be part of the team that will be representing Kenya in the Serikwa Gold cross country. So we're very thankful. We were here for the trial, so I would want to thank the Prisons team for hosting us. This is the second time you've hosted us. I know, like he has said, we have destroyed a bit of your ground, but we're very thankful to be here. And even your team has done well, so we're very grateful for the opportunity to be here, to partner with athletics, and to continue growing athletics to the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. John. And thank you for the sponsorship that you continuously is giving us so that we can be able to organize events of this magnitude. We are privileged to have the President of NOC, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Paul Tergat with us. And I would like to call upon him to give you this opportunity to be able to make his remarks so that we can be able to proceed.
Thank you very much, MC. First of all, I want to recognize the presence of our PS of Prison Service, President Athletic Kenya, Lieutenant General Jackson Tuwei, Commissioner General of Prisons, Brigadier Warioba, distinguished guests, athletes, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Mine will be very short. I want to say that today I want to congratulate all the athletes who are able to make and compete, to come over and compete here at the National Cross Country Championship here in Ruiru, Prisons Training School. We all know that to be able maybe to come all the way from the grassroots level until you are able to reach here, because I know, because I was one time, I was also an athlete, a very active one. And to be able maybe to make to the national level, it shows the importance and the hard work that we have been putting going forward. So I want to say congratulations. And for those who have been able to be selected now to represent the country, I want to say that congratulations, as you go out to represent the country in the World Cross Country Championship in Australia. We want to encourage you to work hard, bring more medals, both as a team and also individual for our country. And that's what we want to see. I will also be there to cheer you up in Australia. But let me put something right out here. That as an athlete, there's one thing that we will never shy away. We will keep on repeating the same. As a country, as a sports stakeholders, that to you sportsmen, this thing of cheating, getting shortcuts in the sports, is something that we don't want maybe to hear in our country anymore. Remember, you have everything that it takes. If you are able maybe to come from all the way from the grassroots level to the national level, that shows that you have the talent, you have the gift, and you have everything that it can give you to go forward. So I believe that even going forward, you have the talent and you have the gift that you're able maybe to see to it that do represent the country in an honorable way. So I'm looking forward to see to it that for those who will be selected, we will be cheering you and we will be supporting you all the way to represent the country. So that all of us, we can be able maybe to come when you come back, we will celebrate you even more as a nation. So with these few remarks, I want to say again, thank you very much for all the athletes and everybody who has come maybe to cheer them. I say well done and thank you and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, Dr. Paul Tegat. We will continue appreciating prisons for giving us an opportunity to use their field. And now I would like to call upon the Commissioner General of Prisons to come and Brigadier Retired John Kibaso Warioba to come and make his speech. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. The Principal Secretary, Department of Correctional Services, Madam Mary Mudoni, the President of AK, Lieutenant General Tuwei, the President of the National Olympic Committee of Kenya, Lieutenant Colonel Tergat, the CEO of Lotto, Dr. Johan Maura, all the athletes who competed here today, members of the fourth estate, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by congratulating the winners and of the losers in today's competition. Secondly, I want to appreciate you for accepting that we host you here today, because you had an option of not coming, and you accepted to come, that we host you for this day. We shall continue hosting you in future if you so wish. We are going to improve on the course, making it harder than it was today. And we shall continue maintaining it for the period that it will not be in use. Our ultimate goal is to continue hosting AK during cross country year in, year out over this course. That is why we are going to improve on it. The members of the fourth estate, the only observation I've had with you is you are not gender sensitive, and that's a very big anomaly. Next time, let us see the other gender also running up and down with cameras. They could be performing better. Those who organize prizes, there's one team that does a lot here that they are normally never rewarded. The gentlemen who run with the flags and the drums beating here, they normally start from the first race up to the last race. If you count the number of kilometers they have covered, it's more than the people that we are awarding here. So in the future, probably we look for a way of rewarding them. They don't require trophies or medals, but I think they require something to return the energy they have expended here. So with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say I will continue hosting you in the future, and I just want to wish you well and a nice weekend, the short remaining hours of the weekend. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we want to proceed, and now I want to call upon the President of Athletics Kenya, Lieutenant General Retired Jackson Tuwei, so that he can be able to take over the program from there. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, John Pimeto. Our chief guest today, the Principal Secretary for Correctional Affairs or Correctional Services, Madam Mary Mudoni, the Commissioner General, the Retired Warioba, our sponsor, Daktari Joan, President, National Olympic Committee of Kenya. He's got so many titles, and he is entitled to that. First of all, he's the President of National Olympic Committee of Kenya. He's a doctor. He's now an ambassador. He's a lieutenant colonel, and so many others. Congratulations, man. This is great, and I hope you know the athletes whom we have talked about several times about this issue of doping, and I think he has talked about it. They should note some of these things, that they will not go anywhere. Even when they retire, they will not go. They will not get those titles, and they will not be appointed to any committee. I hope they understand this. So as they continue messing up their life, they should not blame anybody that they have not been told. We have told them several times. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the Chief Guest for sparing her time to come and join us. And I think we have learned a lot from her. We have also discussed a number of issues, and I want to thank you, Madam, for really coming here and supporting us. Commissioner General, we have come here the second time. Thank you again for welcoming us. Today we had a bigger number of spectators and others. And I think the course, according to what I've been told, is that it's quite good. And as you said, you will improve that. And so we'll also consider in the executive committee to make use of this place more often. So thank you very much. These are the team that you mentioned that maybe they have forgotten. They have been forgotten. The team behind here, running around with the flags and entertaining us and so on. I want to assure you that they are always awarded. We may not do it here in front of everybody else, but behind the way they perform behind the scenes, we also award them behind the scenes, and we also advise them on what to do and what not to do. So they have not been forgotten. I would like to say that this week, the beginning of this week, we had two major events that happened to our athletes here in Kenya. One is that Paul Tergat was appointed as the ambassador for the World Cross Country Championships that will take place next month in Barbados, Australia. Congratulations. World Athletics also ratified Eliud Kipchoge's world record in the marathon, which he ran last year in Berlin, and now it has been ratified officially, and we also want to say congratulations to Eliud Kipchoge. You can see the achievement that we are having. Wonderful things. Secondly, we have come a long way. From 2017, we had World Under 18. Then we followed the World Under 20. Then we have had Continental Tour 3 consecutive series. Then we have had the tour now, the cross-country tour. And for the first time today, we are having a bronze level championships here on the cross-country, which is not only a bronze medal, it also qualifies for the international ranking. And when you understand the international ranking, it means a lot for the athlete, because they have got to be ranked and they can be selected according to the ranking or according to the qualification. So this is another great achievement that we have had here. And I want to thank World Athletics for giving us this, and they continue considering us quite often. You remember just 2 weeks ago, we were honored to have the president of World Athletics here, Lord Sebastian Coe, who decided to come and take leave, to come and relax here in Kenya at the beginning of the year. He came, he stayed here in Kenya for over a week, and normally you don't get that kind of that kind of respect for somebody like that to come and stay around here for a whole week. We thank him, for considering to be here. Madam, I think we have discussed something that maybe I would like to say as well, not only for you, and not only for this, for the Commissioner General, but for both all the uniformed services, Kenya Defence Forces, National Police Service. We would like to request you, and really, very, very humbly request, that anytime you have got recruitment in the uniformed services, consider these young athletes, because they make a lot of difference. When you hear World Under 20, when you hear these young girls and boys running here under 20, those are the future champions in the world, because they start from here, and within a very short time they are the best in the world, and that is why you get like Telga, you get like Timothy Cheruyot, who was running today here, and you get many more others, Kathleen Delevas, and so forth and so on, Nelka Jemos. They all come from here. We discover them here, and so please consider them when you are doing the recruitment next time, because they will run for you, and after that they run for the country. And we want to thank all those uniformed soldiers for the effort and for the development of the sport for quite a long time. By the way, prisons have been very active. I think it was about the first one, even before the other two came in. They have been very active not only in athletics, but even in boxing, in other sports, and so forth and so on. They have done extremely well. So we would like to thank them, but we need to continue from there. We need to continue from there. There is a team that came from Taita Taveta. I don't know whether they are still here. There is the CEC Sports, the CEO of Sport. My friend, thank you so much. You have come all the way from Taita Taveta. We want to thank you for supporting the Taita Taveta County to develop the sport. I'm told the other day when you had the inter-county championships in Kwale, you took all the cups, all the 8 cups in one county, which means there is a lot of support. There's a lot of support from the governor, the deputy governor, and all the leaders of Taita Taveta County. Please pass our regards to the governor and tell him that we appreciate, and we really appreciate that he supported that team. And please let us expand. We in Athletics Kenya, we would like to work with all the counties, the 47 counties, because the sport is also devolved to the county level. And so we would like to work with all the counties let us grow the sport, because this is the sport that has given us a very good name since 1950s up to where we are today, except some of these few fellows who are giving us problems because of doping. We would like to warn them again. You will not go too far. In the present world, and we have told you several times, in the present world, you can never escape. Mutanaswa. You will not escape anywhere. If you think you are too clever for the international systems, you cannot go anywhere. The technology that is being used today, you cannot cheat. You cannot cheat. So let us stop these things and play clean and win fair. And I think that is the message that we are all talking about this. And we'll continue educating you. We'll continue talking to you about this dangerous thing. We'll continue talking to you about the effects of doping. We will continue doing this. But we hope you will listen. We really hope that you will listen. So I would not want to, because of time, I would not want to go too far. We would like to, you have seen the launching of the cross-country tour, which is a gold level. This one is bronze level, and we would like to promote it. Next time, I hope it will be silver, and we continue into the gold level. But the one that will be happening, which has been launched just now in Lobo, in Eldoret, is the gold level. And I think you have been told by Korir and Ibrahim Hussein that there is some good payment there. So those who have been selected, let us all go there We would like to invite each one of you in the next 2 weeks. We will be there. We would like to invite all of you to come and watch, to contribute, and we continue developing that sport into the future. So you can see we have got quite a number of events that are taking place. This year is going to be quite busy, starting from the one cross country. We will have African Championships in Lusaka, the rest in Ghana later on, and of course the World Championships later on. So I would like to urge the coaches, the officials, and the athletes. Let us work hard. It is not going to be easy, I can assure you. It is not going to be easy unless we work extremely hard to make sure that we bring back a good number of medals and we maintain our position like we have done in the past. And so as you go back home, remember, let us work hard. We are just about finishing or coming to the end of the cross-country series. As soon as we do this one in Logo, that will be the end. Then we start the track and field. And I would like to thank our sponsors very sincerely. You have been very, very consistent, and all the others. I really want to thank you for that support. I would like to ask more to come and support us. I saw yesterday when we attended the